愛のルールは私たちも知ってた。本気を出すのは当然だ。他の中と違うから。
この気持ちを捨てられた。約束させなきゃ。
決して譲らない、失望させない。決して置き去りにはしない。決して任せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つけない。心がいいだでも君はそれを口にしない。
言わなくても分かっている。そんな遊びをしましょうか。
君は大丈夫かと見ないふりもやめて。決して譲らない、失望させない。
決して置き去りにはしない。
決して残せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つけない。決して譲らない、失望させない。決して置き去りにはしない。決して残せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つけない。Give you up, give you up. 愛のルールは私たちも知ってた。本気を出すのは当然だ。他の中と違うから。
この気持ちを捨てられた。約束させなきゃ。
決して譲らない、失望させない。決して置き去りにはしない。決して任せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つけない。心がいいだでも
言わなくても分かっている。そんな遊びをしましょうか。
君は大丈夫かと見ないふりもやめて。決して譲らない、失望させない。
決して置き去りにはしない。
決して残せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つけない。決して譲らない、失望させない。決して置き去りにはしない。決して任せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つけない。Give you up, give you up. 愛のルールは私たちも知ってた。本気を出すのは当然だ。他の中と違うから。
この気持ちを捨てられた。約束させなきゃ。
決して譲らない、失望させない。決して置き去りにはしない。決して任せない、さよなら言わない。決して嘘で傷つ 口にしない
言わなくてもわかっているそんな遊びをしましょうか
君は大丈夫かと苦いふりもやめて決して譲らない失望させない
決して置き去りにはしない
決して抜かせないさよなら言わない決して嘘で傷つけない決して譲らない失望させない決して置き去りにはしない決して抜かせないさよなら言わない決して嘘で傷つけない Give you up Give you up
Ahem. Ahem. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, Mari. Yes, I'm here. I'm speaking now. Sorry, I had to do setup. I'm a bit late today, but, I mean, this is an unorthodox kind of stream for me anyway, so who cares? You know, I didn't stream at all last week because I was dealing with stuff. And I wanted to get back into streaming, but I figured it'd be better to take it easy rather than jump right back into the Star Wars Fallen Order game that is exceptionally hard and potentially frustrating and perhaps not great for my current state of mind. I can hear you. Yes, you can. My bar is weird though. It's like it's like the volume bar on my thing here is at like locked at very low frame rate. Okay, always here even if working. Aw, thank you. But yeah, so I figured I needed something a little bit more chill and positive. So since, you know, Pride Month, and since I've managed to always even unintentionally do something for volume bar go brrr for Fire Emblem related, because last year I managed to finish up Fire Emblem Engage around Pride Month, and the year before that I actually started a playthrough of Fire Emblem Three Houses during Pride Month. So I've always managed to do something Fire Emblem related for Pride Month so far, so I figure why not just kind of keep that going. And for this Pride Month, I'll do something more chill and less intense than a Fire Emblem game can sometimes be. And I'll just do a Smasher Pass of, you know, the various characters from some of the various games. That'd be fun, right? People like watching other people just simp over the characters from games they love. I will tell you though, I chose this because I thought this will be a really chill thing to do. And then went online looking for any kind of like Smasher Pass website, like a tier list or anything like that that would help me do this while I'm doing it. And it's like, there was fucking nothing. So many things for fucking Pokemon, but every site I could find for Fire Emblem, any tier list, Smasher Pass, anything like that, it was either missing a whole bunch of characters or that web page was just absolutely bukkakied with ads. So I had to go through the arduous process of looking for all the images I would need for the characters personally, saving them onto my computer, and then organizing them into appropriate folders. So the setup we will be seeing tonight will be basically straight from my computer. You're going to be seeing several folders from 4 different games, and it's gonna be interesting. It'll lack perhaps a little bit of flair, but it's okay. Let's just go. Let's get started. You'll see what we're dealing with. Hello. Oh, there I am. Now, hello. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. My audio isn't weird, right? Because it is like so fucking tilted on this little bar here. It's like the bar itself is capped at like 5 FPS. I see you. Yes, you do. And I'm hoping that's just the fucking thing being weird and it's not actually affecting how you hear me. Okay, so we've got 4 games: 3 Houses, Awakening, Engage, and Fates. Psst, Mav. Yes, what is it? Mari, please tell me. Tell me your secret. Tell me why. It's so odd. Hold on. Don't tell anyone, but I'm a little drinky. Ooh, okay. Somebody's having fun today. Hold on. I'm gonna check the properties on this real quick. I'm gonna do some stuff with the audio real quick just to make sure. I'm gonna mute myself for a hot second, and I'll still be here, but you won't be able to hear me because I'm just working on something to fix whatever this is, just because I'm worried it's gonna cause an issue. All right, is that any better? Not really. It's still a weirdly low frame rate. Hold on. Hold on. Let me test one thing real quick. I think I'll still be live if I close down Streamlabs real quick. Oh god. Oh, did you accidentally put a period on something? Because Streamlabs does not like that. They are very much not happy about people putting periods in spots that make things look like a link. Because you just got slaughtered by Streamlabs. Alright, I'm going to close down Streamlabs. I should still be live, I hope, and then I'm going to relaunch and see if that doesn't fix this problem. My messages! My cabbages! Alright, okay, I've closed the page. Okay, let's see. Hello, hello. Yes, okay, that looks significantly better. But at least I now know for sure that if I do in fact close Streamlabs while I am streaming, it will turn it off. Instead of just continuing to stream while it's down, it'll just be like, nope. But that did fix the weird microphone thingy it was doing. So, worth it, I think, to do that. Yes, hi, Mari, I'm back. I'm sorry I left you. I didn't intend to, it just kind of happened that way. I was hoping I'd stay live, but no. Nope, nope, nope. And now I know this for a certain fact. So we're good. We're totally good. Alright, okay. I missed you. I was only gone for like 2 minutes. Okay, now, as I was saying, while I guess I was technically offline, I'm going to start with Awakening. This one right here. Because it was the first one to release among this particular batch of games. Then we're going to do Fates. Then we're going to do 3 Houses. Then we're going to do Engage. So, we're going to click Awakening. And Awakening, by the way, the roof is spinning. I think the drink is drinking. Ooh, goodness. Maybe you should lie down. Yeah. Awakening's probably one of my favorite Fire Emblem games. Just because it's sort of like put the series on the map. Like, I'd been playing Fire Emblem games for a while before then. The very first Fire Emblem game I ever played was on the Game Boy Advance. It was Sacred Stones, actually. Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. A lot of people played either Sacred Stones, or at least in America, they either played Sacred Stones or the other one. It was just called Fire Emblem, so I can't remember exactly what its subtitle is. But there were two for the Game Boy Advance released in America, and those were basically the first ones we kind of got here in the States. The really first thing we ever saw Fire Emblem, though, was here in the States, was in the Smash Brothers games, where in the second game, Melee, I think, I forget which one is which, we had two characters from Fire Emblem. We had Marth, who was the very first Fire Emblem protagonist, and we had Roy, who was the most recent one at the time. But yeah, the first one I ever played was Sacred Stones. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna click this, and boom jams. We've got all the characters, or at least from this first generation. And what I mean by first generation is that in Fire Emblem Awakening, there is some time travel shenanigans. So, at a certain point in the game, and sorry, minor spoilers here, if any of your characters marries another character, they can have a child. And that child will come back from the future, a bad future, in order to set right what went wrong or whatever. So these are all the first generation characters that can potentially be a parent. And then we have got a list of the second gen characters, all the children from the future, and here's a list of spoiler characters. So if anyone ever wants to play Awakening, if I get to this list, you might want to wait until I'm done with this particular list, because every character in this page, in this folder, will join you. Most of them are very big spoilers. Now, the way it works is that, with the exception of Chrom and Robin, which is the character you pick as your little avatar, so they can be male or female, only the female characters will actually decide who the child is. So it doesn't matter who you have marry Lisa here, per se. She will always have the same child. So the only difference is who is the father. So the mother determines who the child is, and the father just determines the child's hair color. And that's kind of it. I mean, there's more to it mechanically, but that's sort of how that whole process works. So when we get to that second gen, I'll say, well, this character is this character's child because she's the mother, and then I won't talk about the fathers typically too much because they don't have a father who's set in stone. I might talk about who I like best as a father, or who I used the first time I ever played as a father. But if I focus on the children, I'll be mostly focusing on their relations to their mothers. But yeah, Chrom has a daughter no matter what, because it's part of the story. So he will end up married. Every other character is technically optional. Now, you might be asking, well, if Chrom has a kid no matter what if he marries one of those characters that has a child? In which case he will have two children, typically speaking. And Robin, if Robin is male anyway, works the same way. If a male Robin marries one of the female characters that already has a set child, that female will now have their child by how they would have had by default, and Robin's default child. We'll get to that in a minute, though. Let's start with the leader of the Shepherds, which is what this particular team is called. Voiced by none other than Matt Mercer himself. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. Waiting for it. No? It didn't want to do that? Fuck. It just like came up and then it crashed. A fucking picture crashed. That was dumb. What the hell? There we go. It's Crom, leader of the shepherds, the main lord character, and your standard blue-haired sword user. So, here's how this is going to work. Right now, I'm going to make new folders. Smash. Pass. And one more folder. Illegal. Right, and we're going to drag these folders through every other folder. So any character I'm going to smash, I'm going to put in the smash folder. Yes, smash. Any character I'm going to pass, I put in the pass folder. And if that character is... You know what? I think illegal will speak for itself. We'll notice what kind of characters go in illegal, and you'll see what I mean. Alright, but first we have Crom. Crom, very handsome, has a nice voice. Basically your primary character. We're going to give him a solid smash. Because he was in Smash Brothers. So, Crom goes in Smash. Next we have Robin. Oh, that was weird. Now, Robin's look is customizable because they are your player character, but these are their default portraits for male or female. So this is the ones we're going to judge. And I gotta be honest, Robin's role as being your player avatar does sort of limit their personality to a small extent. Not as bad as later player avatars would certainly have, though. Particularly Byleth from Three Houses, but we'll get there. See, they start out the game as an amnesiac, but they have Smash the Girl. Well, I couldn't find them in separate pictures, but every other character, I think besides Corrin from Fates, I found separate pictures for male and female. This one we just have to smash or pass together. The guy is a one-night stand. I think that still counts as a smash. Oh, shit. I was going to put on some music. Hold on. Let me find something Fire Emblem related. This is from Fire Emblem, but it doesn't quite fit a smash or pass. It's relaxing, but maybe something a little bit more... it's fine. Turn that down just a touch, though, so it's not too much louder than me. I don't know how loud the volume is compared to me. Just let me know if that sounds odd. Okay. So... I think they're probably one of the funnier Avatar characters. We'll give them a smash. Next, Frederick. He is... And there are several archetypes, in air quotes, in Fire Emblem games. Usually there's a character that joins you very early on who's already a promoted character, meaning they're in an advanced class already. It's usually either a paladin, or, in Frederick's case, a Great Knight. Oftentimes, said character is also quite old. Frederick, however, is not quite old. So he kind of bucks that part of the trend. Most of them are paladins. Sometimes they can be Great Knights. Frederick is a very stern, very punctual man. He's very handsome. He's supposed to be like a general, though. He's supposed to be like the bodyguard to Crom. But, and this is kind of hard to see, he acts a lot more like a butler. And if you look here, you can see his butler collar, and underneath his armor, you can see a butler shirt. Want to see what he can do out of that armor? Well, he's a butler out of that armor, as I've just pointed out. So he's very much like a knight who is actually a butler. And he has some very humorous dialogues with characters about his stuffiness. He's not British. He's voiced by Kyle Hebert, who voices Gohan in Dragon Ball. Well, any Gohan past the Cell Saga anyway. So he's got a very deep voice. He looks like he'd be British with his posture, though. He's not. He's very handsome, but he's a bit too stuffy for my liking. I'm gonna have to pass on Frederick. I happen to love butlers. Don't get me wrong, we'll have other chances at butlers. Just that particular one is a bit too stuffy for my liking. Alright, so next is Lisa, the younger sister to Chrom. Oh, Chrom, by the way, I don't think I mentioned, is also Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Elise. And Lisa is his younger sister, which makes her the princess. So, Princess Lisa, who also happens to be the mother of perhaps my second favorite character, but we'll get there. One of her biggest things is that she is constantly trying to seem more mature than she is in her supports. Because she's still, like, on the younger side. Sorry. I don't know what you're sorry about, but don't worry about it. Oh, we're not there yet, trust me. Oh god, that's something Fire Emblem is sort of notorious for. And it's kind of why we have the illegal folder. I think she's just old enough to not be one of those. Everyone's ages are so vague in these fucking games, though. It's hard to tell. We're still gonna give her a pass, though, just because she looks a little too young for me. Next up is Sully. Sully is part of a archetype of characters where they come in pairs. There's usually one red cavalier and one green cavalier. Not always cavaliers, but like 99 times out of 100. In this game, she is the red one, meaning she rides on a horse and typically uses spears and sometimes swords. So this is Sully. She's a very... I don't want to call her outright masculine, because I think that would actually upset her. Because she does have some supports where she regrets that she's not as girly as other girls. But she's definitely tomboyish. And if the game had, like, real-world swearing, she'd be that girl character who speaks and swears in, like, every sentence. You get them dick-sucking lips. Anyways. She's a very tough character. She kicks all kinds of ass. And she's one of the handful that can actually marry Chrom, meaning she can be the mother of 2 potential children. Obviously, Lisa can't marry her own brother. So there's only like a handful of characters, female characters, that can actually marry Chrom and be the mother of Lucina, who's like the other main character from Fire Emblem Awakening. But we'll get to her in the second generation, and I'll talk more about her then. But she's essentially, if you don't play as female Robin anyway, the first female character you can get who can marry Chrom. And, let's see, what else? She's pretty. She's got that sort of tomboyish look to her, but she's still kind of pretty. And she's very tough and very loyal. You know what? I'll give her a smash. Okay, something else that this game did was introduce most characters after the first, like, 3 chapters in pairs. So in the same chapter that... Oh god. Yeah, that Sully joins, we get Virion, who's your archer. And Virion is... He's very foppish. He's kind of a dandy, if that weren't obvious by his fucking ruffled bib. And he's a noble of a land that's being taken over by a bad guy. And he essentially ran away. I'm trying to make sure I remember this correctly. It's been a while since I've played Awakening. I should play that again. He ran away to make it seem like he was abandoning his people, but he did it for a positive reason, and I'm having trouble remembering what that is. He looks like a prick. He can be a bit snooty sometimes. He actually gets into an argument with Lisa, the character that the first female character we passed on, about how it's harder for him than it is for her brother, because his brother's... He says it's hard for him because he's a noble, and when she points out that her brother is a prince and thus for a higher ranking noble, he's like, yeah, well, princes are different, because they're, like, born in laps of luxury or blah, blah, blah. And then when she calls him out on it again, it's like, okay, fuck it, I'm wrong, I get it, I don't know what I'm saying, and I was just trying to make a point. I can't remember why he left his country. It made it seem like he was a coward who was abandoning them, but he actually did it for a positive reason. And he just happened to stumble across Sully when she was joining up with Crom and the team while they were being attacked by what are called Risen, which are that game's version of zombies. And because he's very chivalrous and also a pervert, he stopped to help her and just basically never left the team at that point. So yes, he's very foppish, he's very dandy, he's like the Sanji character, only he's not quite as perverted as Sanji. He's a hilarious character, especially during some of his supports with character Tharja, who we'll get to, because she has a habit of cursing people. And she curses him to do all sorts of menial chores for her, only for, like, the end of their conversation for him to point out, actually, curses don't work on me. I was just doing all those things because you asked me to. Why be say so, though? Become Sanji. Well, I mean, Sanji was not nearly as bad in the first half of One Piece as he became in the second half. If you can call it a half. Who knows where the half point is until the series actually ends, right? But, like, over time, Sanji became a very exaggerated kind of perverted character, where he can't stop from having a nosebleed and freaking out anytime he sees a beautiful woman, rather than just kind of smoothly flirting with her. Alright. I'm gonna give him a pass. He seems like he'd be a selfish lover. Okay. And here is Vake, or perhaps Vike. I'm not sure how it's pronounced because he calls himself Teach. So, I've never heard him say his own name. Because there is voice acting in that game. I've mentioned that certain people are played by certain characters. But whenever you get, like, one of his lines spoken, he refers to himself as Teach. And he is your typical fighter character. He's strong, he's dumb, he uses an axe, and he's obsessed with surpassing the Lord character in terms of battle power. So he considers himself Crom's greatest rival. Crom is a bit softer on that particular regard. He doesn't see Vake, I'm going to pronounce it as Vake because I don't know if it's Vake or Vike, so I'm just going to say Vake. He doesn't see Vake quite as the rival to him as Vake sees himself as. But he basically obsesses over his rivalry with Crom. So he's handsome, he's chiseled, he's also dumb as a post. But he's a nice guy deep down. So, I guess you could say he's this game's himbo. Hard to see his axe behind his back, but he uses an axe as a weapon. We're gonna give him a smash. I don't think I could be in a long-term relationship with him, but he'd be fine for like a night or two. And next up is Muriel, who joins the same chapter as Vake. And she's a mage, if that weren't clear. Her whole shtick, because every character basically has one foible in Fire Emblem games. Every character has to have, like, one major personality trait, and then just occasionally a bunch of teeny tiny ones that you only get in the supports if you unlock them. She is... This is a hard thing to say because she's, you know, a mage, but she's basically a scientist. She does experiments on people to learn about science, just to see what kind of happens. If she existed in a more modern game, she'd definitely work for Aperture Science with fucking GLaDOS. Like, there's one character, and we'll get to him in a bit, who has gynophobia. He's literally afraid of women, and he can't speak to them without being extremely, like, nervous about it. So she tests a theory about if that applies to inanimate women as well, like women who aren't real, by putting statues of women in his tent. Several statues of women in his tent. She's very cute. To see what his response would be. And his response is to smash these statues to pieces. Not because he was afraid of them, but because if someone who's a known gynophobe was discovered to have several statues of women in his tent, it would cause people to start giving him funny looks. She looks like she knows anatomy. She probably does. She's very well read. And another support she has with a character named Stahl has her remark on how fascinating it is, how unbelievably average he is at everything. He's like the exact average for everything in the entire army. He's the average in terms of strength, in terms of speed, endurance, height, everything. And she's flabbergasted by how he's the perfect average at literally everything, because it's statistically unlikely. And she's obsessed with how he manages to do that. So, she's that very smart character who doesn't have great social interactions. Perhaps she's somewhere on the spectrum, as it were. She's a good mage character. Perhaps not the best, but a lot of the problems the first-gen characters have is that once the second-gen characters come to play, they typically tend to be more effective units than the first-gen characters at pretty much anything, depending on who their parents are anyway. I'm gonna pass on Muriel. Like, she's very pretty, she's smart, but she's just, I think she'd see the whole thing as another experiment. Alright, next is Sumiya. So Sumiya is your first Pegasus rider. And what that means is that she rides a Pegasus. So she's your first flying unit. Flying units are very useful in Fire Emblem games because they can go over gaps that other grounded units cannot. And you can see her little spear behind her. She's also one of the characters that can marry Chrom. Muriel's not, so that's why I didn't say that. But Sumiya can. And, in fact, the game sort of leans towards her being the default love interest for Chrom. Because, at least if you're not playing as Robin as a female, can she fly me to the sky? She can! She has a Pegasus that allows her to fly. She could fly you to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Anyway. There are several cutscenes where she, like, bonds with Chrom before he has to get married to somebody specifically. And if you don't have any character in particular... Oh my god! Kitty! Hi, Kitty! Welcome in! Raiders! You're just in time. We're still only just kind of getting started with the Smasher Pass. Godzilla Smash! Did you actually meet Godzilla tonight? Whichever? Did you actually get to see Godzilla? I wasn't there for the end part, so I didn't actually know for sure if you got to meet Gojira. Hold on. let me do a thing. There we go. We did, and I got to be Godzilla! Awesome! Aw, thank you so much for the raid, kitty. It's so nice to see you. And also, all you other raiders who stopped by, we're doing Smasher Pass Fire Emblem Edition. So I hope you like it. We're only just getting started, though. We got a bit of a late start, but it's okay. This is a relaxed stream, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, I think it's just fluff today. No worries, it doesn't matter how many raiders there are, I'm just happy to see you. Sumiya, we're on Sumiya. She's a Pegasus Knight, so she rides a Pegasus. She's considered the default love interest for Chrom, because if Chrom gets to the point of the game where he has to be married, because at a certain point in the game, he has to be married, and if you haven't married him to anyone by then, and she has even, like, one heart rank with him, she'll essentially become his wife. The game sort of defaults to her if they have any sort of supports together, any support points. Points? Sure, that works. Fridays are apparently harder to stream on. Yeah, there's a lot of people streaming on Fridays. She's pretty for sure. She's very sweet. Her character trait is that she's extremely clumsy. I don't think she has a single cutscene where she does not literally trip over her own feet. Which is why she prefers to be on horseback on her Pegasus in the sky, where she's a lot more graceful. She's got 2 left feet, so she hates being on the ground. She also has the least number of male supports in the game because she's basically... The game more or less sees her as the default option for the wife of Chrom. So if she doesn't marry Chrom, she has less options for marriage than pretty much most of the other main female group. Same, bestie. Pass? A pass for you. I think she's very pretty, though. And she's endearingly dorky, so I'm gonna give her a smash. Alright. Next is Stahl. And Stahl, by the way, is the character I was talking about when I was doing Smasher Pass with Muriel. I see her as a friend. Totally fine. Everyone can have their own options, except for you, Kitty. You lost your right to have options after that. Stahl is the guy who Muriel is fascinated by because he's the exact average in literally everything. He's also the second half of the green and red pairing that I mentioned with Sully, being the green one. So like Sully, he's a cavalier. But where Sully is strong and very bulky, he's fast. Okay, I just got dumped by all of them. Checks out. It's okay. So yeah, his like trait, aside from eating quite a bit, is that he is just so average. He is a ridiculously normal guy to a literal fault. That he is the exact average in everything. In fact, when he ever tries to improve himself, the entire rest of the army sees him improving and decides to improve themselves. That way the ones who were ahead of him don't fall behind him, and the ones that were far enough behind him don't look even worse by comparison. He is literally the measuring stick for the entire rest of the army. So that means that there's a conscious effort to keep him in the exact median of every particular measurement of how the army works. I wouldn't outright call it a conspiracy. It's just that everyone knows that he's the average. So if they see him improve, they know, okay, so the average of the entire group is improving, so I need to as well. That's really the most interesting thing about him, sadly. He's just so normal compared to everyone else. I'm gonna have to give him a pass. There's just not enough of him there for me to really judge. Next up is Cordelia, an interesting character. Her main gimmick is that she has a massive crush on Chrom. That's her defining personality trait. Let me point out, though, she is one of the few female characters who cannot marry Chrom. And a little less than halfway through the game, Chrom marries somebody else. Because he has to, it's part of the plot. Which means that at a certain point in the game, her gimmick becomes pining over someone who is no longer available. And just for that, I would give her a pass. Because it gets really annoying after a while. But oddly, Cordelia is one of the most popular characters in Fire Emblem Awakening. So much so that the game that came out after this did something with her that's sort of unique, and I'll get to that when we get to that game. But, you know, she's pretty, and most of her supports have her trying to get over her romantic interest in Chrom, especially if she marries someone else. But the thing is, because the supports are all technically optional, if you get her married to someone and then start another support with somebody else, she might be married and still talking about how upset she is that she's pining over Chrom, who she can't have. Now, that's not her only personality trait, but it's her probably most defining. She's also a Pegasus Knight. I think I mentioned that, but I'm going to say it again. Like Sumiya. But you get her later in the game. And she is the last survivor of a group of Pegasus Knights, so she also has a lot of survivor's guilt about that. And she strives to be perfect at, like, everything she does. Partly because she's trying to look good for Chrom. She's obviously very beautiful, but I couldn't get past the Chrom thing. So I'm gonna give her a pass. Next up is my favorite character, Gaius. Voiced by none other than Gideon Emery himself. And that alone would be Smash-worthy. But he's a very handsome, rogue character. He's the thief. Who originally is working for the bad guys. But when they break in to assassinate Chrom's older sister, who is at that point the queen, he's like, fuck this, I didn't sign up for this. No way. I'm not an assassin. Although he can class up into the actual assassin class. And if you talk to him with Chrom, he'll literally defect to Chrom's side for a bag of candy. And I'm not kidding. His gimmick is that he has an insane sweet tooth, which is why he's got lollipops in his shirt. He loves candy so much, he'll do anything for sweets. And he's also a very good baker because of this, because he likes to make his own sweets. So he's handsome, he's a rogue, he's got a sweet tooth. Like, I mean, what else do I even need to say? He's an automatic smash, right? You don't carry around pocket candy? I mean, no, not usually, but it's because I don't need to. Typically speaking, I don't go out frequently enough to need pocket candy. But he does. He literally carries pocket candy. And he is also one of the most popular characters in the game. So he got that same special treatment that Cordelia got. And again, we'll get to that. But something that the most popular characters got is that the four most popular characters, the two most popular males and the two most popular females, they got a special DLC where you got to have them basically in swimsuits, and they got to be all flashy for you. So, literally, Cordelia and Gaius, and Chrom, because he was one of the other two males, all got beach episodes. I get called Undercover Fat Kid every time I whip out red vines from my hoodie. But if it weren't enough that he is, like, a very handsome, roguish male, he's also, like, a super sweetheart most of the time, and he's extremely funny. So he's literally my favorite character. And again, voiced by Gideon Emery, so he's an automatic smash. Okay. Next is Long Ku, who is the character I mentioned earlier that is a gynaphobe, meaning that he has a fear of women. He's literally so bad with women that talking to them tends to leave him relatively overwhelmed. And this relates to a trauma he had as a child, where he had a female friend that was sort of his love interest, who died in a tragic accident that he often felt like he could have prevented. And he sort of internalized that as a fear of all other women. He doesn't want to get close to any other woman to avoid something like that ever happening again. And because of this, he has a very unique mechanic where certain characters will support faster with other certain characters based on some shared, interest or ideology or connection that they had. Long Ku is unique in that he supports equally slowly, which is to say very slowly, with all female characters. So, while every other male character has at least one female character they can support very quickly with, he supports very slowly with all of them because he has gynophobia. And he is what's called a Myrmidon, which is essentially the Fire Emblem equivalent of a samurai. And initially he works for a character named Basilio as his bodyguard, but after a certain point in the game, Chrom hires him to act as the bodyguard for his younger sister Lisa, who we met earlier when I was going through the list. And, for what it's worth, if anyone is familiar, Long Ku is voiced by Travis Willingham from Critical Role fame. That means this guy is literally Grog. He's a very stoic guy, a man of few words, because, he's very repressed and he's scared of women, so he's very huff with them in general. So he's just kind of huff with everyone to make it seem more fair. But he does have one extremely hilarious support with a character named Noe, where she is trying to play house, and she drags him into it. And in his same stoic way, he pretends to play house with her. And he's like, time to cut the wood for fire. Chop, chop. It's very funny. But I'm gonna have to give him a pass. He's just got too much of his own issues to work out. Right, next up is Rickon. His main gimmick is that I love his hair. Did you mean Long Ku's or this guy's? Rickon's character trait is that he's sick and tired of people commenting on how young he looks, because he's very short for his age, so he looks like a child. But he's not. He's an adult, and he hates it when people treat him like a child. He's another mage character, hence the book and pointy hat. He's a halfling. I guess if that were a thing in Fire Emblem, he could be. But he's that character who didn't hit a growth spurt, and he's very bitter about it. But he's a very powerful mage character. But he often does things to make himself seem more mature that end up sort of backfiring and making himself seem immature. Because he's, he's very insecure about things like his height, which is not a very mature thing to be. And all the things he does to make himself seem more mature, they only make people think of him as a kid even more. And he is adorable, even though he would destroy me with a wind spell for saying that. He'd slice me to ribbons with an Excalibur spell. But he is kind of adorable. The thing is, though, he does seem very young. And I think he seems too young for me, so I'm going to have to give him a pass. Next up, Maribel. Maribel is Lisa's best friend, Lisa being the princess and sister to Chrom, for those of you who did not join us earlier, who we passed on. Mirabelle is her best friend, and also only friend, because Mirabelle's kind of a snooty bitch. And Lisa was the, you just did the thing he hates most. I know, but like, come on, he looks like a kid. That's weird. And trust me, it's gonna get weirder. Ugh, that's a thing Fire Emblem is kind of notorious for. And ages are so vague, I can never be sure if a character is actually an adult. Rude. Yeah, whatever. I'm erring on the safe side with some of these characters, okay? Some of them I don't know are if they are actually fully adults or not, or if they're like fantasy adults, where they're like 15, but like because the age of life is so low, the standard of living is so low that most people don't live to 40 if 15 is considered adult-like. You know what I'm saying? So I'm erring very much on the side of caution for a lot of these characters. Anyway, I don't think I mentioned this, but Lisa is a healer, and Mirabelle is also a healer. But the difference is, Lisa is just a healer on foot, whereas Mirabelle is a healer on horseback, so she can cover more ground. And she's kind of a snooty bitch, I'm not gonna lie. She doesn't mean to be most of the time. She just kind of is one. She's from a very high-ranked noble family. And so she has that kind of upbringing where everything has to be done in a certain way, because that's how the nobles do it. But her father went to prison for a crime he didn't commit, so she got left sort of abandoned by her family, and despite being a noble, she didn't actually have much after that point. So she sort of leans very heavily into her noble upbringing and ideology as a way of sort of coping with the loss of her father. By the way, the character I mentioned, Gaius, was actually the one responsible for the crime her father went to prison for. And a big part of their joint conversation is that Gaius regrets having committed the crime, but he had to, because if he didn't, the people who were forcing him to do it would have attacked Mirabelle and had her killed. And Gaius didn't know who Mirabelle was at the time, but he wasn't about to let some innocent young woman be murdered when he could do something to protect her. So, in his mind, it was like, okay, I'm sending her father to jail for a crime he's not committing, but he'll be alive and she'll be alive. And that's sort of like the entire crux of their support. So you learn about some of these characters and some of their supports. She can also be a very funny character sometimes, because if you do her supports with Robin, the Avatar character, she'll ask them to teach her how to speak peasant. So she can relate to people of lower class better. And I'm not... These are words that she uses. She generally does want to make friends with people, but she goes about it in kind of obnoxious ways. So as a small bit of petty revenge, Robin teaches her to talk in a Cockney accent using Cockney slang. And she believes him! So their next support has her speaking in a Cockney accent. And Robin regrets it so hard that he literally tells her, Mirabelle, stop, I'm begging you. I can hear everything you stand for crying in anguish. Because it's just so cringe, apparently. And he has to explain to her that he was sort of messing with her. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pass on her too. But I want to talk about the characters a bit, you know? Alright, next up is Pan. Following how every game has its own sort of archetypes, Pan is your standard non-human character. Every game tends to have at least one non-humanoid character. And she is a bunny girl. See her little bunny ears? I believe her species is called the Togwell. I could be pronouncing that wrong. But, she has something called a Beast Stone that lets her transform into a giant bunny rabbit and kick the shit out of people. So she's one of your more melee-oriented fighters. Keep talking for sure about Maribel, or... or just in general. So, she joined you on the same map that you get Gaius, because she comes to warn you that the bad guys are coming to assassinate the queen. And she's the last member of her species because they got wiped out by the bad guys. So she's also sort of endangered, and she's very distrustful of humans in general because of that. She doesn't want her species to die out, so she tends to keep her distance from humans a bit. It's a little hard to see them because they're flopping down, but she does have bunny ears. But she also seems to have, like, weird horns. But, it doesn't seem to be an exact trait of her species one-to-one. So she's one of those slow-to-trust kind of people. Like, you have to break past her walls, but if you can, she's a very loyal friend. And you know what? Because she's romanceable, she's a romanceable character, and she can have a child, she can technically carry on her species. But her child will always be half human, half Togwell. Because she's a Togwell, and all the characters she can marry are pretty much humans. But she's a badass, and she's very hot, and she's basically a bunny, so she's an automatic smash because furries. Alright, next is Libra. Alright. First, who wants to tell me what they think of Libra? I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. I'll sit here and say nothing. Looks pissy. Resting bitch face. What else? Like a proper guard. Ah, well, you would be fucking wrong. Libra is in fact a war cleric. So he is essentially a priest. A priest who wields an axe. And his main character gimmick is that everyone confuses him for a woman. Is a he? There we go! My B. Literally, his most common voiced line is, "I'm a man." Everyone mistakes him for a woman at first. That character I mentioned way back in the beginning, Sully. Kitty, I don't think you were here for that. Let me go back, and I believe she's in Smash. No. Yeah, there she is. There's Sully. So she's a very tomboyish character. And she walks up to Libra in their support and asks Libra to teach her how to be and look more girly. Because she thinks he's a girl. I love her. She's great. And she's very, very, very apologetic when Libra points out that he is in fact a man. Everyone mistakes him for a woman at first. And the character Virion, who we've talked about, who's a huge flirt, I believe we put him in the pass folder. He also mistakes Libra for a woman and starts hitting on him. And you could imagine how awkward it is for him upon learning that Libra is in fact a man. And even then, Libra is so pretty that he has trouble not hitting on him. Because he just looks so feminine and pretty. So Libra is essentially that guy who makes guys question if they're straight or not. But yes, he is a war cleric, meaning he can heal people with a staff, or he can hurt a bitch with an axe. And because he's sort of a magic-oriented class, he does best with what's called a bolt axe, which is an axe that uses magic instead of physical attack as your attacking stat. And Libra's just one of my favorite characters. You said he looks pissy. He's not. He's very, very serene is his thing. He's actually suffering from massive depression due to his very tragic upbringing. So he can't emote properly. Everything he does and says is kind of subdued. And he looks very sort of serene as a result. Because he had a very abusive parents, and apparently those left him with scars. We don't actually get to see them, but we hear about them mentioned in some of his supports. And he turned to the church as a way of escaping his horrible parents, but he still got pretty severe PTSD and depression as a result of his very tragic upbringing. So he's kind of very dull in terms of expression. Very monotone. He's a very sweet guy, and he takes his duties very seriously. And he's very pretty. We're gonna give Libra a smash. Next up, the most popular female character in the game, Tharja. She is a dark mage. And it's hard to tell because she's holding a book in front of her, but she also has the largest chest out of all the female characters. And, she wears a very revealing outfit, too. See, you can kind of see her belly button here. She wears, essentially, stockings over her entire body, except for a small bra and panties. And a cape. And then that's basically it. So, as a dark mage, she likes to curse people. Sometimes they're completely innocuous curses, like having them do chores. Sometimes they're very severe curses. Sometimes she'll give someone the cold. Sometimes she'll doom them to die if they ever cheat on her if she marries them. She's a very, very tsundere character. But even that doesn't help capture just how bizarre she is. Because you would think that that thing I talked about is her main gimmick, but no. Her main character trait is that she is basically stalking and obsessed with Robin, the Avatar character. Upon seeing them for the first time, she falls massively in love with them in that sort of infantilized way where you're just obsessed with a person. No matter what gender Robin is, by the way, so male or female. And she spends a lot of her time trying to get Robin to notice her. Now, if you're playing as male Robin, you can technically marry Tharja as their character's wife. But if you're playing as female Robin, she's no less in love with her, but this game did not allow for same-sex relationships yet, sadly. But she's just about as gay as Libra is, in terms of being not really confirmed gay, but there being some gay moments to her. And she also starts out as an enemy, but she switches side because she's in love with Robin. And she's basically just... She's a tsundere because she's very abrasive, but she gets used to people and shows her sweeter side. But she's also kind of a yandere because she's very obsessed with one person and getting them to notice her. And is sometimes a little violent about that. I also think she's a terrible mother. Because the one child she's predetermined to have will get to her eventually, but she kind of abused her. And again, that takes part in a future timeline that this game is sort of trying to undo. So there's hope for Tharja to be a better mother in the current timeline. But if she does get married and have a kid, there will still be conversations between her daughter and her husband where she's trying to convince her, Tharja, her husband is trying to convince her not to use their daughter as a test subject for her curses, and she curses him to have a terrible cold instead. So she's not exactly a healthy person, but she's very sexy. That's unfortunately not enough, so even though this kind of goes against what most people would want to do, I'm gonna have to give her a pass. Next is Gregor, who's a mercenary. And in the English version of the game, his main gimmick is that he's a funny foreign character. He has a very thick, heavy Russian accent, and that's basically his character trait. He's a mercenary who is attempting to save another character that he was hired to kidnap, but didn't know that's what he was being hired for. And once he finds out, he's trying to save her instead, but because he looks scary, the person he was hired to kidnap is running away from him in fear. And that's when she joins the party, and he joins in the same map, when he makes it clear that no, in fact, he is not a bad guy. He's a nice guy. And he's trying to save her. But, like, his whole gimmick is that he's just funny because he's foreign and he has a thick accent. And while I won't deny that sometimes he can be a very funny character, that's literally the most he has going for him, is that he's foreign. And that's, like, the entire joke. It's sometimes funny, but oftentimes it gets annoying. Especially if he's, like, any character's father. Because the way it's set up, supports with a character's father tend to follow similar lines no matter who their father is. Oh, goodness. Oh, God, I need to take a drink. Oh, God, I just got hit by a sudden cough attack. Ugh. Let me take a second to take a sip here. Sorry for coughing in your ears. Oh, there we go. Woof. But yes, anyway, because they have to follow similar lines no matter who the father is, he'll say a lot of stuff other characters might say, but he'll just say it with a foreign accent. And because a lot of the dialogue is in text form in this game, because they didn't have lots of voice acting in the supports at the time. Thank you for the hydrate. I already did that, but I'll take another sip just so you're getting your money's worth. Cheers. There we go. But, like, the big difference between his versions of certain lines is just that he does it in a funny accent. And you have to read it out because you can't really hear him saying it most of the time. And, you know, he's got a very kind of handsome vibe to him, but I just can't get past how he's a more or less one-note character. Literally, his main shtick is that he's a funny foreigner. And it gets irritating after a while, so I'm gonna pass. Okay, here's the first one of very problematic characters. Noe! Can you perhaps see why she's so problematic? Ugh, God, Fire Emblem, what is your obsession with this particular character archetype? So, I'll discuss in depth what is her whole deal. So first and foremost, obviously, she looks very young and yet is dressed very skimpy. Noe is not a human character. She is what is called a Manakete, which is a dragonoid human person who can take a dragon form. and they live very long times. So Noe is actually like several hundred years old, but she's still just very young by her people's standards because they age very, very, very slowly. So she is technically, by human standards, quotation marks, an adult. She still looks very much like a skimpy-dressed child. So, Noe will be our first one to go into the illegal folder. Because no amount of being an actual adult makes up for the fact that she looks like a child. And she also acts very much like a child. Alright, next is... It loads. Hello? Next is Church. Or Churche, perhaps. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. I'm gonna call her Church. She is a dragon rider. She has a dragon, named Minerva. Minerva, that's it. That's her dragon's name. And she's essentially the Frederick to Virion, where Frederick is the butler to Crom, Church is the butler to Virion. Or I guess technically she'd be his maid. She's his personal assistant in basically everything. He couldn't get shit done without her. And she's a very badass character, too. She tamed her dragon, her wyvern, at a very young age. And she hits fucking hard. And she's very pretty. And she's badass. So, she gets an automatic smash. Ah, Olivia. She's an interesting character. She is one of the other few characters who can actually marry Crom. But here's the thing. She joins on the map just before Crom has to get married. Meaning, it's very hard to actually have him marry Olivia. Because the only way to really get it done is by having Crom not really support anybody, any of his other female love interests, and instead spend that entire map with the two right next to each other, so they build up a lot of support very quickly. And if they end that map having at least one conversation rank available, they will immediately get married during the time skip between that chapter and the next. Meaning you'll get to see most of their supports all at once, because the game does sort of play out all their supports one after another, since that's essentially how it's kind of happening. So as Crom's last and latest love interest, she's very tricky to actually get to be his love interest, and they don't get a lot of screen time together if you set them up that way. Or at least not as much as he could have with some of the other characters. But you do kind of get all their supports all in one go, so you get them much faster. The implication being that he connects with her that fast. It's interesting. She's a mother to another very popular character, and we'll get to that later. But her main gimmick is that she's so unbelievably shy that she has a hard time with people even looking at her. She's essentially Fluttershy in human form. That is the best way to describe her. She is Fluttershy in human form. She even has the same hair color as Fluttershy, except she's not yellow. What is her class, I might hear you asking? Well, only the perfect class for someone who doesn't want anyone to stare at them ever. She's a dancer. She's the dancer class. She's your support unit who dances next to your people who have already moved and lets them move again by inspiring them with her dance. Yeah, let that sink in for a moment. She hates to be looked at, but she's a dancer. She's just such a sweet character, though. I'm gonna give her a smash. Alright, next is Henry, the last character to join you of the main sort of group, because he's the only character that really joins you after that time skip I mentioned between the chapter where Crom has to get married. Everyone else you kind of have before then. So as one of your last characters, you might not have as much time to get to know him. Especially since roughly around the point you get him is also when the children characters start sort of dropping out and, you know, becoming available. But I promise you, Henry is a great character if you like his particular gimmick. And his particular gimmick is that he's an incredibly sweet, lovable guy who is absolutely obsessed with death and murder. He is the sweetest guy ever who might also be a serial killer. I don't know if I'm describing this well enough, but legitimately, Henry is a really sweet dude, and he's funny, and he's very, very quirky. But because he's a dark mage, and he has sort of a tragic backstory that he's sort of, you know, stifling under a very cheery kind of facade, he also has a grim fascination with death, murder, mayhem, curses. He wants to adopt a zombie as a pet at one point, I think. Because it's so cute to him. He's a very interesting character. You're either gonna really find him hilarious, or you're gonna find him incredibly disturbing. And there's really no middle ground for him. And unlike other dark mages who wear very skimpy outfits because they live in a fucking desert where it's hot, he wears a fucking sweater vest. So like Tharja, he is a dark mage, but he wears a fucking turtleneck sweater vest instead of her skimpy-ass outfit that even male dark mages would normally wear. And he might be the most powerful magic user of the first generation. He's certainly one of the best. Oh man, he's such an... He's so goofy. I fucking love Henry. I'm gonna give him a smash. Alright. Now, Donald. Donald is technically an optional character, but you can get him pretty early on. So I put him towards the end of the initial batch of people. And his gimmick is that he's a country bumpkin who wears a pot on his head. And that's kind of his whole shtick. He's from the Fire Emblem's version of the South. So he's a simple good old boy who doesn't know much about the world. But he joins the team because he wants to protect people, especially his family. And he's a villager class. And he has the aptitude skill, which means he has an increased chances for any of his stats going up when he levels up. So, while he's very weak at first, he can get pretty high stats pretty quickly. His main problem for me, though, aside from his luck, because he has one of the highest luck stats in the game, most of his other stats cap out at a pretty low number. So, he can be pretty good early on, but at a certain point, he falls off in comparison to pretty much anyone else. Unless you're using him specifically for a build where you get him in the mercenary class so he can learn the arms thrust skill, which will prevent him from wearing down his weapons when he attacks with them. Because, you know, in Fire Emblem games, your weapons typically have their own sort of like durability ranking. You can use them so many number of times and they break. But if you have arms thrift, there's a chance that they won't break when you use them. Like, if you have 30 and you use it, it'll have 29 left. But if Arms Thrift activates, it'll still have 30 left. And because his luck is so high, you can almost get him to the point where he never breaks his weapons ever. which can give him a very unique niche of being a character who can use some of the rarest weapons in the game without risking them breaking. Because that's the big downside to using those kinds of weapons, is that they break just as much as any other weapon, and you don't really want to lose them. So, a lot of times, especially if I'm playing them, in a Fire Emblem game, when you get a unique weapon like that, I never use it no matter how powerful it is, because I don't want it to break. And if I do tend to save them up, I'll use them in probably like the very final map. And even then, sometimes not. Because I don't want him to fucking break. So yeah, Donald's a nice character. He's a nice guy. He's very simple in his ways. He's great at farming and setting up traps to catch wild animals. Which, by the way, gets him in trouble with that bunny girl, because one of his traps accidentally traps her. And she's very upset by this. And they get off to a very bad start because of it. So she challenges him, basically. And he's like, I don't actually want to do that. This was just a misunderstanding. And he's like, no, we're doing this. To basically play hide-or-seek hunt edition, where he has to hunt her down and set up traps to capture her, and she has to avoid him. And he fucking spanks her at it. He's literally unstoppable in that particular support. He catches her every time, and it infuriates her until she concedes that he's literally just that good. But, oh, he's also voiced by another character from Critical Role. He is voiced by, none other than our own Sam Riegel. Donald seems kind of on the younger side, though, so I'm going to give him a pass. Alright, now, these next few characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this next handful, are atypical in the sense that none of them can support with any of the rest of the ones we did so far and actually reach S rank with them. They have very few supports of their own, and typically the only one any of these people can support with is the Avatar, Robin. So they kind of get put on the back burner a lot just because they don't get as much chance to show off their personality. The first is Sayri, and she's important to the plot because she sort of introduces the villain of the second act of the game. Hold on, I feel another cough coming. I'm going to mute. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, she sort of helps introduce the bad guy to the second act of the game, so she's very important to the plot. But she just doesn't have a lot of supports to really build up her personality. She's from the Fire Emblem equivalent of Japan. I can feel my voice being a little shaky. Perhaps I've been talking too much in this stream already. This is a very dialogue-heavy stream, though, so I'm gonna have to get the fuck over it. And, similar to Lan Ku, she's basically a samurai. And in fact, Lan Ku and her come from the same place, which is why they have names with, like, apostrophes in them. And she's very pretty, but she just doesn't have a lot of personality to really focus on. I don't know. I like her, but it's not enough of her to really decide. I'm gonna give her a pass. Okay, now, next character suffers some of the same problem, but she has the benefit of being fucking Tiki, who was your Manakete in the very first Fire Emblem game. So here she is, many centuries later, no longer a child, and she actually looks like an adult, which means that eventually Noe would probably look similar to her, because they're both Manakits. But she's essentially like a holy character, because she's so old and she was part of Marth's original team, and Marth's like the great hero of their particular setting, and Chrom is descended from Marth, and blah 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 blah. So Tiki has the benefit of having already been a character, so you kind of are familiar with her if you ever played the first game, which I hadn't the first time I played this, but I've gone back since and played the first game, because I have it on my Switch. Because I got it for that very brief amount of time it was on sale on a Nintendo eShop. But yeah, she's a character you're familiar with, so she's like there for the hardcore veteran fans. And now that she's an adult, and she's romanceable by like your player avatar, because she is romanceable by your avatar, by Robin. You kind of get a little bit more from her than you did from Sayri. And she's actually kind of funny sometimes, because there's a support she has with Anna, and we'll talk a bit more about Anna when we get to Anna. But Anna essentially sets up, like, tours to come see Tiki because she's such a holy figure. Because Anna is obsessed with money. And Tiki has to threaten to turn into a dragon and eat her in order to have her give it to charity. So even as an adult, she's kind of a troll. And I think that's just enough to get her into Smash category. Plus, she's one of the rings that you can get in the DLC for Fire Emblem Engage, and she's a very useful one in that one, where she allows your character to like transform into a dragon. I didn't do that on my playthrough because I didn't have the DLC at the time. Right. Next is Flavia. She is essentially the queen, regent, whatever you want to call her, the leader of the Viking group, I guess you could call them. They're allies to Chrom's nation. They live in a very cold area, and they're very combat-focused. So, Viking is perhaps the best term for it. It's not an exact one-for-one comparison. But, like, she's their current leader. And their leader is decided in feats of strength by basically beating the old leader. So she's the current leader, and she beat the previous leader. And she's an important part of the plot for a good chunk of it. But she doesn't actually join the team until pretty late in the game. And while she's badass, you just don't have enough time with her to really savor her personality. So she gets an unfortunate pass. And that goes also for Basilio, who was the previous leader of said country before Flavia beat him. Now, Basilio does have one extremely important role in the plot before he joins you. Perhaps even more so than Flavia. And he likes to talk about his big brown ass. Because he's like got a British accent, so he pronounced it arse. So he's always talking about his ass. And he's got an eye patch. If he were Scottish, he'd be a Scottish Cyclops like the Demo Man from Team Fortress 2, but I guess he's more Scandinavian, maybe? But he has the same problems as Flavia in that you don't have a lot of time with him on your team before the actual end of the game. But during that time, he does have a lot more playful banter. So I'm going to give him a smash. Alright, and last character, Anna. Anna's like a fucking staple of the Fire Emblem franchise. If I have to discuss this with you, like, I don't know what to say. She's in like every fucking game, and I think starting in this one is where she first became playable, and then she was playable in every game since then. And Anna's just, she's a merchant who has a money fetish. That's literally her character. And it wasn't until the most recent Fire Emblem that I actually liked using an Anna. She's a trickster character, which means she's basically a thief, but with healing magic. I don't know. There's not much more I can say about her. Anna's pretty well defined as just a very greedy merchant. She gets a pass. Alright, that's every character, and I didn't forget anybody. Except for Kellum! Ah, good old Kellum. Perhaps it would not surprise you to hear this, but Kellum's main character gimmick is that everyone forgets about him. Hence me waiting until the very last second to talk about him. Sorry. That was a bit of metagag on my part. I know it probably didn't make sense to anyone else. You're like, why is he skipping that one for? Did he already discuss it and just didn't put him in a folder? No, I was deliberately forgetting Kellum because that's part of the joke. His gimmick is that he's a knight who walks around in big clumpering armor, and yet he has such little presence that people can miss him if he's standing right next to them. And he's supposedly one of the tallest members of the army, too. It's hard to gauge that for sure because, you know, the models in the game will tend to use the same sprites, with only their faces looking different. But he's supposed to be like a really big guy. And he wears big, heavy armor that's probably not very quiet. And yet he's just so easy to forget. One conversation has him giving advice to Olivia while she's voicing her trepidations about doing something to a tree. And she thinks the tree is talking to her instead of Kellum, who is literally right behind her. And she says, "Thank you, Mr. Tree," as if it's not at all weird that she got advice from a tree that wasn't talking to her before. Poor fucking Kellum. Oh, he's a sweet, cuddly dude, though, so we're gonna give him a smash. It's a pity smash, mostly, but it's a smash all the same. Okay. Alright, that's all the characters in the first generation. So we're gonna move these folders out. And now we do the second gen. So we're going to put our Smash, Pass, and Illegal folders in here. And let's start on the second generation. The characters from the future who are all children from the first gen. Okay, so first and foremost, Crom's daughter, no matter what, because she has to exist in the game, and thus her existence is the reason he has to get married at a certain point, Lucina. The first character you meet who came back from the past. She's like the most famous character from these games, probably, because she's the first one besides Robin. I don't remember if her or Robin got in first. Who got into Smash Brothers. And her dad only got put in Smash Brothers as like an echo fighter of her. She's extremely important to the plot, though, so it's understandable. Because she sets off, like, the whole third act. Because in the first act, you're fighting against an invader. In the second act, you're fighting against a conqueror. The third act is about dealing with the bad guy who essentially caused the bad future. And she joins you pretty early in the second act. But the whole thing she's trying to help with doesn't become immediately clear until near the end. So, she went back in time to essentially stop a bad future from happening. She's voiced by another alumni of Critical Role, Laura Bailey, which means that Travis Willingham, the guy who plays the gynophobe in this game, is sort of married to her, which is very funny to me, because the first thing you hear about her, she's wearing a mask and she's got her hair kind of styled to make it look much shorter than it is, and she's calling herself Marth. So a lot of characters mistake her for a male character at first, because she's a descendant of Marth. So she looks kind of like Marth might. She's wearing a mask. But the first time you really see her, she had just gone to that same place that Long Ku was working as a bodyguard for Basilio. I mentioned that earlier. And she challenges him to a fight. I don't remember the exact reasons why, but she did. And for some reason, despite him being very, very able as a soldier, Lan Ku freezes up at this mysterious character, allowing her, or him, as they believed at the time, to get the win. So literally, Laura Bailey gets to kick her husband's ass in this game as part of the plot. That's very funny to me. But Lucina is a fantastic character, and she's iconic, and she's also kind of adorable. Like, she grew up in a bad future, so you'd be forgiven to think that she's, like, serious business all the time. But she's not. In some of her supports with her possible siblings, because she can have many possible siblings, her and her siblings all freak out equally over a tiny spider being in their tent. And she's absolutely scared to death of it. Anyway. Lucina gets a smash. Next up, the Morgans. And another interesting character, because Morgan is a character that will only exist if your character, the Avatar, or Robin by default, has a child. If they get married, no matter who they marry, they will have Robin as their child. But Robin's gender will always be the opposite gender of whatever you picked for Robin. Or rather, Morgan's gender will always be the opposite of what you picked for Robin. So if you pick a male Robin, and you get married to a female, your wife will have whatever her default daughter is, if she has one, and female Morgan. Meanwhile, if you're female Morgan, or a female Robin, and you marry a male character, you'll only have male Morgan, unless that male character is Crom, in which case you'll also have male Morgan and Lucina. So this character is going to be for Robin no matter what gender, but they will always be the opposite gender of their parent. And as you can see, they wear a very similar robe. But the character's hair color, aside from Lucina, your children character's hair color will always be determined by the parent who is not the one that they are most... What am I looking for? Not their linked parent. So because this character will always be from female Robin, his hair color will be whatever male character female Robin marries. And vice versa. If male Robin marries a female character, her hair color will be the mother's hair color. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Anyway, both Robins are essentially the same, both Morgans are essentially the same character. But they are very young seeming, so I'm going to actually put them in illegal, because they seem just a little too young for me. They're like on that weird side of young that Fire Emblem does sometimes. And it's weird that they've done it so many times. Next up, best character of all the second generation, fucking Owain. Oh god, he's easily my favorite of the second gen characters. And Owain is a Myrmidon, which means he's technically your swordsman. He's like a samurai class. But because his mother is Lisa, yes, that's right, he is Crom's nephew, he will always inherit stats from Lisa that are more inclined to a magic class. So he's usually best either given a magic weapon like a Levin sword, or switch to a more magic class like Dark Mage. In fact, Henry makes a great father for him, because if Henry and Lisa are his parents, not only does it explain Owain's very quirky personality, because his parents are both very silly, childish people, it also makes him an absolute fucking juggernaut of a mage character. And Owain's personality trait is that he is extremely flamboyant and boisterous. He's got a very stage kid mentality, like he's a theater kid. Everything is very overly dramatic and hammy with him. He has to introduce himself as a great wielder of justice and such, and that his blood boils, and all these other incredibly hilarious things. But, like, he has to make it clear several times when characters aren't able to pick up on it that he's just sort of over-exaggerating for effect. Because when he actually talks to his mother, when you get him in his chapter, in his paralogue chapter, he tells her in very flowery language that he is her scion, basically, that he's her kid. And when she's like, I have no idea what you're saying, he's like, ugh, I'm your kid from the future. Oh, I fucking love Owain. He gets a smash for being awesome. Next is Kjell, or maybe it's Kjell. I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm gonna say it Kjell because that's how I always pronounced it. She is the daughter of Sully. So she'll always be Sully's daughter. No matter who Sully is paired with, she will be Sully's daughter. Meaning that she can be sisters to Lucina or to Morgan, obviously. Pretty much any character can be a sister to a female, sibling to a female Morgan, since male Robin can marry pretty much any character. But, yeah. Her thing is that she's... hard to say what her thing is. She's very militant, I guess. She's very serious about her training. Supposedly, we never get to see it because she's always wearing armor in cutscenes, but supposedly she trains so hard she's got like rock hard six-pack abs. And it actually has some of the female characters commented on it in a very suggestive way. And in one of the DLCs, Kjell gets like drunk and starts hitting on one of the other female characters in what they think is like a love potion. Turns out to be something of more akin to a truth potion. So while some characters think she's doing it under an influence and that's not her real feelings, perhaps she does have some slight lesbianish leanings. She might be bisexual. She can marry any of the second-generation males, but she might also be just slightly gay. And she's a knight, which means she wears big, heavy armor, but it's because she never learned how to ride a horse because her mother died in their bad future before she could teach her. And she's very bad at riding horses without the training. So she became a knight instead of a cavalier. And she's also a very bad cook, because in her supports with her father, whoever he may be, she takes a turn cooking for the rest of the camp and essentially gives everyone the shits. And she mentions the smell. My god, the smell. So, she's strong, she's serious, but not without, you know, some funny quirks. And she's got some LGBT leanings, so she gets a smash. Laurent, son of Muriel, if it weren't obvious by the fact that he's wearing the exact same fucking hat and glasses. Laurent is a lot like his mother, but sort of downplayed, where she'll do weird, crazy experiments on people just to learn and just for the sake of science. He does it because he wants to use the things he learns for the betterment of mankind. It still doesn't make him any less kind of rigid about it, though. He's just slightly more affable than his mother is. Usually you can apply that because he gets some... depending on who his father is anyway. He gets some benefit of having a father who is not nearly as stoic as his mother. But his support conversations with his father make it very clear that he takes a lot after his mother. And his dad is almost disappointed that they don't seem to have anything in common. Laurent will usually point out that well, I have the same color hair as you, because that's how that works. And then then his dad asks something along the lines of, yeah, but do you like to X? And X changes depending on who his father is. And he's like, well, no, not really. And then because his father usually points out one of their more negative quirks, he's like, and to be honest, I'm kind of glad about that, actually. But Lawrence, not as stuffy as his mother. He can be very fun to get to know in some of the supports. For example, a character we haven't seen yet for second generation sometimes will snap at him and treat him very harshly and then be very regretful about it. But if you get them to their S rank support, meaning they essentially get together as a couple, he'll comment on how he actually kind of enjoys her snapping at him like that and degrading him. Lord is interesting. You wouldn't think it, but he's perhaps the most sex positive of the second generation characters, because he makes mentions of like weird kinks in a couple of his different supports with the female second generation characters. Like, depending on which character he pairs with, he might make mention of any number of different kinks he might actually end up developing as a result, or that he might already have and just sort of gets to enjoy with them. So, like, he might be into BDSM, he might be into degradation, and he might be into, like, body worship. It's weird. It's not as overt as I'm making it sound, but if you go through and you play the game and you do some of his supports, you'll see what I mean. He has very sex-positive leanings in his supports with female characters. He's not like a creep or anything, but he'll just make mention that this thing you do that is generally a negative for me usually is something I actually really enjoy you doing to me. One of his supports has one of the female characters literally falling off a horse onto him and landing ass first on his face. So because of that, he gets a smash. Because he's essentially sex positive. And Cynthia, by the way, here is a character who falls on his face. Oh, I just heard someone messing with my door. I'm gonna go to the BRB screen real quick and see who's at the door. Let me be right back. Someone might be trying to get my attention. I'll be back in just a moment. Actually, music's already playing, so I don't even need to pause this and wait. Be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Just my sister letting me know that there's food for me. Okay. Alright, so, Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia. She is the character that I've mentioned who falls on Laurent and her butt lands on his face. So, Cynthia is the daughter of Sumiya. And similar to Sumiya, Cynthia is kind of clumsy. In fact, when Cynthia first goes back in time and tells her mother that she is in fact her mother isn't necessarily prone to believing her at first. Like, she knows Lucina exists, so she's not unwilling to believe that her child from the future could have come back, but she's not fully convinced that Cynthia is in fact her daughter, until she goes to give her a hug and trips and falls, and Sumiya's like, oh, yeah, you're my daughter, alright. Oh, and she's so energetic, and she's very cute and adorable, and Cynthia gets a smash. Alright, next up is Brady. Brady is the son of Maribel. Yes, that's correct. This thuggish-looking gentleman is the son of the very noble Maribel. And believe me, there is a lot of jokes made about that. So, similar to Gregor, Brady has a lot of people judge him because he has a scary-looking face. Unlike Gregor, though, Brady is a big old softy. He is actually kind of a mama's boy and a crybaby. So just because he has a bit of a temper, and he doesn't talk as refined as his mother does, and he's got kind of a rough-looking face, most people assume he's very rakish, you know? He's very aggressive, very abrasive. Truth is that it doesn't actually take a lot to make him break down emotionally. He tends to cry at any little thing. And he's not particularly all that tough either, because as you can probably tell based on the staff here, he's a healing class, which means he's not even able to attack at first. Brady, by the way, also voiced by Travis Willingham, so that means that you can pair Brady with Lucina as a couple, and you can actually have, giving Jet vibes, you can actually have Laura Bailey and Travis Willingham get married in the game, and they are married in real life, which is cute. But since Brady is the son of Maribel, who is also one of Crom's romanceable options, it is also possible for Brady to be one of Lucina's siblings, meaning that it's possible for Laura Bailey and Travis Willingham to be brother and sister. It's fun little things like that that make Fire Emblem Awakening so peculiar. Jet, like in Avatar The Last Airbender, because I assure you, he's not even remotely close to that guy. He's probably much more like Aang. That's the one, yeah. Nope, he's not like Jet at all. He'd be Aang if he had Sokka's sense of humor. He's a little snarky like Sokka is, but he's a very sweet, very genial, very emotionally fragile guy. Hey, Jet gets a redemption arc. He fucking dies! He doesn't get to do shit! But yeah, a lot of people are put off by his sort of aggressive look at first. But then he draws a lot of people in with his very tender personality. In fact, one character, who we'll get to in a bit, literally challenges him to flirting with girls to see who can get the most interest. And he definitely does not want to do that, but he gets dragged along to it against his will anyway. And he ends up winning by the sheer fact that the girls are so touched by his emotional vulnerability. And it ends up humiliating the guy who challenged him as a result. Brady's such a fun character. Oh, and he actually is well trained in all that noble stuff like violin playing and tea time and all that stuff. So he's still got all noble bearings. He's just not, he doesn't look the part. He gets a smash. Ah, Severa. One of the most popular of the second-gen characters. So, Owain and Severa were part of the 4 most popular characters for the second-gen.
Dix!
Yes, Dix. Hi, Vash. And you know how I said 3 of the characters from the first-gen got something special in the next game? 3 of the characters from the second-gen get something in the next game, too. And Severa's among those. So, aside from Crom, who is one of the most popular male characters, and Lucina, who is one of the most popular characters from the second-gen, the 3 remaining of the 4 get something sort of fun in the next game, which we'll get to once we're done with this one, which we almost are. Ooh, hydrate and stretch and pets. Okay, let me grab my bottle. Hello, hi Vash. Don't worry, we haven't gotten to Fire Emblem Engage yet, so nobody's done anything with Seedall or Kagetsu or Louie, who you all claimed are yours. Cheers. There we go. Yo. I've been playing Spooby Game with friend. Ooh. Are you having fun? Alright, let me stretch. Yeah. There we go. Feel some of my joints popping. Alright, now let me find my head pads. Head pads here and head pads here. There we go. It's not what I'd usually pick, so did you not have fun with it? But with friend, it's fun enough. Okay, that's good then. Okay, so yeah, Severa is one of the characters who'll get something in the next game. Yeah, we're almost done with the first game on the list, which is Fire Emblem Awakening, which is probably my favorite Fire Emblem game. But I figured, you know, I haven't played it on stream yet, so we'd start there. That way, if it took some people some time to get in, there'd be time for them to get in to see characters they might be more familiar with. Okay, so, anyway, Severa, second-gen character. Her mother is Cordelia, who, if you'll remember, we passed on because she's kind of obsessed with Crom, even though she cannot romance Crom. And she's a bit of a perfectionist. Severa is her daughter, and very heavily resents her mother's perfectionism, because she feels like she's always failing to measure up to her mother's standard. Which is why she didn't become a Pegasus Knight like her mother is. Severa is very, very bitter and very, very snarky. She is the exact embodiment of a tsundere to pretty much a T. She is sarcastic to everybody until she gets to know them and they get on her softer side. In which case, she's still usually along the lines of, I like you, but it's not because I like you or anything kind of stuff. Which is why she's probably so popular in Japan, because that's a very popular personality type. Now, she's a very effective unit, and despite what I said, she can be very sweet at times. But I just don't care for the just blatant tsundere parts of her personality. She's also extremely competitive, so she often challenges people to do better than her, but that's because of her own sort of insecurities about her mother's perfectionism, you know? She sees her mother as perfect at everything, and she feels like she has to prove herself as a result, even though her mother never would have wanted her to feel that way. But she has too many issues, and I'm not a huge fan of the tsundere type, so I'm going to give her a pass just like her mother. Not a fan of tsundere, tiring. Yep. Okay, next is Yarn. And if you've been here, you probably already know who his mother is, given that he's a fucking bunny person. Smash! Yarn is Pan's son. So he is a Togwell, which is a bunny person. And this little tuft here of hair that's sort of different than the rest of him is the one bit of hair he'll get from his father. The rest of it will look this brown. So he's the one sort of unique character in that regard, because he will inherit his father's hair color, but it'll only be in like a small tuft of his hair, and the rest of him will be very much bunny person. I licked he mine. Well, allow me to tell you some bit of his personality. Because his mother was the last Togwell, and he is half human, half Togwell, and he comes from a bad future where his parents are both dead, he knows that he is the last of his species. And as a result, he is a gigantic coward. He is the embodiment of the cowardly lion in Fire Emblem form, but instead of a lion, he can transform into a giant bunny. He is such a scaredy cat. It's fine, I can keep him, we not battle types. He is such a scaredy cat that there's a character who is almost inherently always going to be younger, weaker, and more fragile than him in both terms of gameplay, story, and mechanics. And he asked them to protect him. Unless they end up marrying, in which case they promise to protect each other. He is so scared of dying and thus rendering his species extinct that he does anything he can to avoid any kind of danger at all. And believe me, his very stern, very martial-oriented mother does not approve of his cowardice. And in fact, his support with his father, he's actually scared that his father is going to cheat on his mother and leave her before he can have a chance to be born in the current timeline. Because, you know, he's not born in the current timeline yet. He came back from the future to a point before his actual birth happens. So he's essentially also paranoid that his father will leave his mother and he'll never be born. Keep Precious Bean safe. Oh, he is a very precious bean. He has a very unique and interesting map where you recruit him, though, because it's one of the fucking hardest ones to do. Your army is taking on 2 different armies at more or less the same time. And on the harder difficulties, it is just so very hard to keep him alive in poke holes in all dad's condoms. I don't know if condom exists in Fire Emblem, but it's not that. It's that he's worried that his dad is going to cheat on his mom and leave her before he's even conceived. Like, he gets paranoid at every girl his father even talks to, even if it's just like someone he has to as part of being part of an army. Particularly if his dad is Robin, who's the tactician of the army, and thus has to talk to literally everyone, all the time, to give them their strategies. But he's just that much of a nervous wreck. He's so scared at dying and causing his species to be wiped out as a result. He's carrying a tremendous amount of weight as being the last one of his kind. And he copes with it by being scared all the time. But if he gets pushed, he can kick some serious ass. He won't be happy about it, but he can kick some serious ass. But yeah, it's really hard to recruit him on harder difficulties because of how hard his map is. Don't push my baby bun. I mean, he's a pretty useful unit, though. He may not like fighting, but he's really good at it if he puts his mind to it. Particularly if he has a father like Vake with high strength build, because he'll get his mother's... He's not a unit, he's a person. Listen, my judgment on these characters is based on their personalities and how effective they are as a unit. in the game, mechanically speaking. Okay? I'm allowed to talk about their statistics as a unit, as a playable character. Fine, he gets a smash, but only because we want to help him keep his species going. He gets the smash just so he can have more Togwell babies. But yeah, like, his map is hard because since it's against two armies at the same time, and he's in one of them, you have to very quickly get to him to recruit him, and then very quickly get him out of danger, because now he's not fearful anymore. Problem solved. Because if you don't move him quickly, he will get quickly jumped by his former team, and he will get just pounded into oblivion. And that can be very hard to do on harder difficulties with permadeath on. Because it's a very big army. It's two very big armies, and it's a hard fight to win regardless. So he's got one of the harder chapters to recruit a character in. So if you want him, you really gotta work for him. Okay, anyway, next up is Noir. I can pound him into oblivion. He probably wouldn't like the phrasing of it like that. Noir is an interesting character. She is the daughter of Tharja. Actually, you know what, Vash, while you're here, let's go through... These are the illegal characters. Morgan, for obvious reasons, and Noe, for perhaps even more obvious reasons. So these are the characters that are not allowed to even be considered. These are the characters we've passed on. Frederick, because he's just a bit too stuffy. Lisa, because she looks a little too young. Virion, because he's a bit of a pomp. And a dandy, and he kind of looks like he'd be a selfish lover. Plus, he makes it clear he's a huge flirt, and he makes it clear that even if he gets married, he's still going to occasionally flirt with people, because that's just who he is. Muriel, she was passed because she's, you know, he looked like a dick. He's not as much as one as he looks like, but he's not one. Muriel has bad social skills, and she looks bitchy. She's not that bitchy. She's stern. She's a scientist who does stuff for science without realizing how annoying or neglectful it can be to the people she's dealing with. Like, she'll do experiments on people just to see what happens, not considering that it might not be something they want. Severa, Stahl we passed on because he's just kind of normal. We passed on Cordelia because she's always obsessed with Crom. Would talk her into so many bad ideas. Oh, she's a fun character. I just wouldn't want to smash her. Lon Ku we passed on because he's got issues. He's got gynophobia, so he has a hard time talking to women. And he's very kind of like stoic. So he wouldn't exactly be the friendliest smash. Rickon we passed on because he also looks too young, even though that's his berserk button, is people telling him he looks too young, even though he's older than he looks. Mirabelle we passed on because she's kind of a bitch. Not like an intentional bitch, she's an accidental bitch, but a bitch she still is. And Tharja. Tharja is the character who we were about to focus on's mother, who we passed on because she's a stalker, she's a tsundere, and she's a yandere, which are some of my least favorite qualities. So these are all the characters we passed on so far. Some of them are just not having enough of a personality to really base it on. So Noir here is Tharja's daughter. And Tharja, because her mother in their timeline used her to practice curses on, as a result, Tharja sort of developed a split personality, where she's... On one hand, she can be very demure and very passive, very timid. And on the other hand, when her alternate personality kicks in, she's very aggressive and very insulting and very just kind of mean. So Tharja is essentially two characters rolled into one. Whenever she gets, basically, whenever she hits her limit, she snaps and goes into what I like to call Dark Tharja. And she goes into kind of a bloodlust. And one character, by the way, who is in our Smash list, Laurent, he annoys her frequently enough that she very frequently snaps and starts yelling at him and insulting him and degrading him. And if the two characters get married, he finds that he's actually really into the being yelled at and degraded thing. By the way, this is the son of that character you said you were talking to so many bad ideas. He's in Smash because, depending on who you pair him with, he seems to develop a lot of odd kinks. So he's like one of the more sex-positive characters. Anyway, Noir's gonna end up being a pass. Because she's got a lot of issues going on. But it's because she's got, like, literally such a terrible mother. He looks repressed, so that checks out. He's a bit repressed. But not nearly as much as his mother. Tharja was literally such a bad mother to her in the timeline she came back from, that one of her main priorities is making sure her mother in this timeline, before she's born, mellows the fuck out and does not actually cause her to have such a drastic mental disorder. So I feel bad for Noir. I really do. She has the worst mother of the entire group. She deserves better, but she's gonna be a pass because I wouldn't want to be, you know, with her and then have her suddenly snap and start yelling at me for doing something wrong. It'd be very, very difficult to continue in that capacity. Alright, next up is Jerome. Oh, that's a little too far zoomed in. Jerome is the son of Church. So, he is also a dragon rider. And in fact, the dragon he rides is the same dragon his mother rides, just from the future. So, she's older. He rides Minerva, which is his mother's dragon. And his personality trait is that he's Batman. That's it. He's Batman. He's fucking Batman. His parents died, so instead of living in fear and wallowing in misery, he puts on a mask to hide his fear and to make other people scared of him, and takes vengeance out on the bad guys of the world, so that no one else will ever have to go through what he went through. He's literally fucking Batman. I mean, he's not literally fucking Batman. They don't exist in the same multiverse. But he, as a character, is basically just Batman. But he doesn't have the Bruce Wayne side, I guess. And he's very distant as a result, because, you know, at least Bruce Wayne gets to socialize with people, even if it's mostly an act. But he does not have that aspect, so he doesn't like to be bothered by anyone for anything. And it's very hard for people to get to know him. The most personality he expresses is with his wyvern Minerva, who he adorably calls Minervikins. And when somebody hears him say that, he freaks out and runs away. That way he doesn't have to process seeming like a real human to anyone else. Anyway, he's a pass. He's a pass because, like, Batman's a cool character, but I don't think he's a good romantic partner. If his string of failed relationships is any indication. Next up is Na, the daughter of Noe. Looks young, and there's a reason for that. Like Noe, hold on. She is a Manakete. This is her mother. Which means that she lives an exceedingly long time. Noe here is actually several hundred years old, but you can see how she looks, which is why she's in the illegal folder. And Na, by the way, their names are puns. Her name is a pun on no way, and Na's name is a pun on na, like no, like na. And it even works in Japanese because, in Japanese, Noe's name is No-No, and her name in Japanese is Mm-mm. Her name is Mm-mm. That's her fucking name in Japanese. It's Mm-mm. And it's very confusing for people because they're like, would you like to tell me your name? She's like, nah. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. And it's like, no, that is my name. Should have been, oh no. That wouldn't have worked quite as well, I guess. Because that is a negative, but it doesn't mean like, no, I'm not going to answer that whenever somebody asks for her name. But, yeah, she's a Manakete. So, she's half Manakete, so she ages, or Manakete. So she ages a little faster than a regular Manakete, but still ages very, very slowly as a result. So she looks very young. But because her mother is so very immature, Na is perhaps one of the most mature of the second generation. She's also not super happy about her name, No-No and Oh-No. Yeah, that would have been funny, but No-No and Mm-mm. Hold on. It might be hard to determine how that's spelled based on me saying it. I'm gonna write it out. There. Those are their names in Japanese. No-No and Mm-mm. But she's very mature. Like, she's one of the most mature of the second generation just because her mother is so immature. But even though she's a Manakete and thus will live much longer than most of her friends, she's still among one of the younger ones. So she goes in the illegal folder. And finally, of the second generation, is Inigo, who is the last of the three who will get something in the next game. And Inigo's character, much like Virion, is that he's kind of a flirt. But he's also, like his mother Olivia, by the way, Olivia is his mother, he's very shy at times. And doesn't always like to be looked at. So he's a flirty character who can't take it when people flirt with him. Which makes him sort of an interesting take on the flirty character. Like, he's only bashful if somebody's actually into him. And while that doesn't mean he flirts with people assuming he's going to fail. He never actually expects to succeed either. He wants nothing more than to meet a beautiful woman and take her out to tea. But if a woman were to flirt with him, he would break down in nervousness and bashfulness. It's an interesting combination, because he is technically one of those flirty characters, and I find that character trait kind of annoying. He also, like, he's also not big on flirty characters. Like, he doesn't like to be flirted with himself, which also kind of makes him a hypocrite, I think. But he's just so damn hilarious, because he's also very frequently the butt of so many jokes of people holding him accountable for his flirty personality. He frequently faces comeuppance for his actions. So it's easy to look past that just for the sheer amount of butt monkey status he has. One character, the one we were just looking at, by the way, or Na, she literally threatens to eat him if he doesn't stop flirting with random strangers. Because she's a dragon. She can transform into a giant dragon and eat him if she wanted to. I don't know if I mentioned that. Manaketes are dragon people and they can transform into large dragon forms. And I talked about this earlier with Brady. Inigo is the character who challenges him to essentially a flirt off to see who can get more women interested in him. And Brady, like, wipes the floor with him. And Inigo literally breaks into tears as a result of losing, after he'd spent most of their conversations making fun of Brady for being so easy to make cry. So he totally gets what he deserves most of the time. And it's hilarious to watch. He also challenges Jerome, who we passed on, to a similar contest, and easily loses because whereas Inigo doesn't know when to shut his mouth, Jerome is kind of dark and mysterious, which is much more appealing to women as a whole, I guess, in general, than Inigo's insert foot into mouth type of flirting. He comes on a little too strong. So that's two people that he challenges to a flirt off, basically, and he loses to both of them. I love Inigo, but he has to be a pass just because he's too flirty for my tastes. Okay, so that's the end of the second gen characters. There's one more batch of characters to do for Fire Emblem Awakening, and it is the spoiler characters. So let's move these folders into here. And these are all spoiler characters. If you've never played the game and you intend to and you don't like spoilers, ignore this part of the Smasher Pass for a bit. Because every single one of these characters is a major spoiler for the fact that they join your party. I didn't number them because it doesn't really matter, but I'll do them in an order that you kind of meet them in the story. So first is Emerin. Emerin is Crom's older sister and the original queen of the Kingdom of Elise. At a certain point in the story, she dies. Or so everyone thinks. And Crom has to take over as the leader of the country. Thought that was a dude? Nope. Hold on. I don't know if, what do you think of this character real quick, though? This is Libra, was gonna lick. Tell me what you think of Libra real quick, because I don't think you were here for Libra. Also man. It's true, Libra is in fact a man. But his gimmick is that he is frequently mistaken for a woman. And he has a lot of characters hit on him as a result. Lurk? Okay, Lurk. Want Libra? Okay, anyway, Emerin. So, at some point during the story, it seems like she dies by falling off a very high cliff. But much later in the game, you unlock a paralogue where it's revealed that she survived! But she has severe brain damage and amnesia. So she doesn't remember who she is, and she can barely speak. And because of this, the only character who can actually romance her is Robin, the Avatar character. And while Emerin is a very sweet person, she's literally so beloved that her death causes a war to almost end just because people are so sad that she's dead. Like, even the bad guys team was like, oh, I can't believe we killed such a good person. So she's literally that sweet of a person that she almost ends a war with her death. But when you get her back, she doesn't remember her siblings at all. She can't even have supports with them, I don't think. Which means that you don't get a lot to... You don't even, like, get to see them reconnecting other than the chapter where you get her back. I feel it's a tremendous waste, and a lot of these characters kind of have that problem, because they're considered spot pass characters, which means they're basically this game's equivalent to DLC. And as sweet as she is, there's just not enough there, and it feels weird smashing a character who literally has brain damage, can hardly speak. So she goes in the pass. Next is Gangrel, the character who kills her, or so we think, and the first major villain of the story. So he's basically a tyrant king. And he's trying to take over the world during the first half of the game, more or less. And then when you defeat him at the end of the first act, everyone thinks he's dead. Lo and behold, turns out he also actually survived. And he's been reduced to living in squalor, being abused by the person he's working for just to make a living so he doesn't die of starvation. Even though he kind of deserves it. But you can meet up with him in a paralogue, and he can join the party as a way of sort of trying to gain redemption for himself. Not because he regrets what he did, because he thinks what he did was necessarily for the greater good. And we'll get back to that in a second, because there's a later villain that sort of connects to that. But because he's tired of being seen as a bad guy, and he wants to be treated not as the worst person ever. So he wants to help make up for some of the stuff he did, just as a sort of means of redemption. It's sort of selfish redemption, you know? He wants to redeem himself not because he thinks he was wrong, but because he's tired of being seen as the bad guy. And he knows he's not necessarily a good person, because he has a dialogue line if you romance him with the female avatar character as Robin, where he's like, "Are you trying to make me a better person? Because it's working." So, like, he acknowledges that he's not necessarily a good guy, but he doesn't think that what he did was necessarily wrong, even though he did technically, or at least everyone thought, he killed the original queen of the Kingdom of Elise, which is what caused Crom to have to take over, and kind of sets the whole second act into motion. So he's not a good person by any stretch of the imagination. He's also got weird, bitchy talon claws, and he's kind of an ass. So he goes into the pass category. Let's see, next you meet Aversa. She's an interesting character. She's essentially a pawn for whatever or whoever is the current bad guy of the story. Like, she literally works for every bad guy during every arc of the game. And it's not until very, very late in the game that you can recruit her. So you're not going to have her very long at all. Because I think you only get her, like, almost right before the final battle. So if you really want to make the most out of her, you have to sort of put off the final battle for a bit. So she comes a little too late to be as useful as she could be, but she has an interesting mechanic. Her class is Dark Flyer, which is like a Pegasus Knight, but instead of spears, she uses magic. And Dark Flyer class is probably one of the best classes in the game because it gets a skill where if you kill an enemy, you get to go again. And any mother who can pass on that skill from Dark Flyer onto their children, especially their son characters, because Dark Flyer is a female exclusive class, and thus the only way a male character can have that class is if their mother passes it on to them. It's a very busted skill. But she also has a unique skill to her, because there's such a thing as dark magic in this game, but only dark mages and their upgraded class can use dark magic, normally. But she has a skill that lets her use dark magic no matter what class she's in, as long as it's a magic class. Which is an interesting skill to pass on to Morgan, which is the only character she could pass it on to, because you can only romance her as male Robin. Because she's a magic-leaning class, she's got decent magic stats, and if she's Morgan's mother, and she passes on that skill, Morgan will already be female, so Morgan can become a Dark Flyer and get that other skill. And Morgan becomes a fucking powerhouse of dark magic, because if Morgan is a Dark Flyer, they have tremendous amounts of mobility. They can kill someone with very powerful dark magic, because dark magic hits pretty damn hard, which is why not every class is allowed to use it. And then they can move again and attack somebody else with very powerful dark magic. So she's very useful in that one very specific circumstance, but she comes very late in the game, so it's very hard to do anything. And she's kind of a bitch, Aversa is kind of a bitch. She works for the bad guys up until the very end. She's essentially Robin's adopted sister because she's working for his adopted father. And she's also kind of his adopted daughter too. So she kind of sees Robin as a sibling unless you actually finish their support and they get married, in which she's like, I actually don't see you as a sibling anymore. Instead, I see you as someone I love. But it doesn't disguise the fact that A, she's a bad guy for 95% of the story. B, she's a tremendous bitch. C, her chapter is so fucking hard. It's harder than even the Bunny Guy's chapter. And D, you don't have her for very long. So she's hot, yeah, I'll give her that much, but she's a pass. Because she's... Okay, next is Yen Fei. So Yen Fei is actually the sister, or is the brother of Sei-ri, who we were discussing earlier. And he's an interesting case because he's another character who dies and then later joins you. But he's unique in that, unlike the others, he actually does die in the story. The one who joins you is from the same bad future as the children characters. So he's technically not the same one you fight. Because he's working for the bad guys at the start of the story. Because they're threatening his sister, Sei-ri, if he doesn't. So he's working for the bad guys to keep his sister safe. And he literally dies before she learns that. In fact, she can even be the one that kills him if you use her for that map. But he refuses to back down because he's so desperate to keep his sister safe that he will literally fight his sister to do it. Because he's that scared of the guy who's threatening her. And we'll get to him in just a second. So he's very aloof, and while he loves his sister, he's perhaps not the best older brother. And since this version of him is from a different timeline where his sister died, and thus he has no problems betraying the people he was working for, he's very sullen as a result. He's a samurai. Well, he's a swordmaster, which is the samurai class equivalent for Fire Emblem. So he has a very high critical hit rate, but again, he's a character who's essentially DLC. You get him pretty late in the game, and you don't have him very long, and he gets very few supports to flesh him out. And just like most of the other ones, he gets a pass as a result. Now, Wallart, who is the character that is the villain for the second act of the game. He's not the final villain. The final villain doesn't actually end up joining you. But this is the guy that dude was so scared of. And he's a very powerful villain. Similar to Aversa, he has a unique skill he could pass on to Morgan if Robin romances him as Morgan's father. Unlike Aversa, whose skill can be very beneficial, his is kind of meh at best. So he's scary, he wants to take over the entire world, and he's actually sort of the dude who sets a lot of the plot in motion, because Gangrel, the guy who was trying to take over Elise, he was trying to take over Elise to unite them under one kingdom in preparation for Wallart's eventual invasion, because he's a conqueror. He's an infamous conqueror of several nations. In fact, he's the guy who invaded Virian's nation that made Virian flee his country. So we already know that he's connected to one invaded country in one character's backstory, and he's responsible for the first villain even being a villain in the first place. Kind of. Gangrel probably would have been a villain anyway. Because, regardless of whether or not he was doing it to sort of prepare everyone for Wallart and to defend against Wallart, he was still kind of a dick. But he's such a huge threat for the second part of the game that you could be mistaken for thinking he's the final boss, because there's only a few chapters left after you finally beat him. And then when he can join you, he's like, oh, surprised he didn't actually die either, even though it seemed like he did. and there's a huge, like, a prophecy that you're trying to prevent from being fulfilled regarding him with the whole time travel aspect. He's just not a fun character, though. He's kind of a dick no matter what. Like, he never even acknowledges that anything he did was bad. Even worse than Gangrel, he doesn't want redemption. He's just fighting for you for the sake of now he has something to fight for again. He's a pass. Wallart's a pass. Alright, Priam, the last one available to you, and the only one who's not actually plot relevant, but he's still kind of a spoiler character, because he is the descendant of Ike from previous Fire Emblem games. And if you know Ike, you'll probably recognize the fact that he looks very much like Ike and is, in fact, even wearing Ike's headband. And in the battle, he has Ike's weapon. So he's still a spoiler character. But Priam is fun because he has one of the more challenging maps to fight, but not in a bad way like a Versus. His is like genuinely a fun, challenging map. Even on some of the easier difficulties, it can be a challenge. And you have to beat his entire army to recruit him, more or less. And he's considered the strongest man in the world, and his stats don't exactly... Oh, what's the word? Like, he can sort of back it up a little bit. They don't detract from that claim. He's probably not going to be your best unit, but he's pretty good. And he's got a rugged handsomeness. And unlike some of these other ones, we don't have... There's not this weird motion of, we thought we killed him and then he turns out he survived, like so many of the other ones. We're literally meeting him for the first time. And despite being a DLC character, a Spot Pass character, he's just fun enough that he gets to go in Smash. Which ends the awakening aspect of our Smasher Pass. Ooh, God, we're only done with the first game and it's already 10 o'clock. I might have to continue this tomorrow. Alright, so now we're going to move back to the main list, and we can at least get started on the next game, which is Fire Emblem Fates. So let's move these into here. Alright, more stream? I'm going to keep going longer for tonight, for sure. But I'll probably have to continue the Smasher Pass tomorrow as well to get through all the games. I might need to start a little bit earlier. But for what it's worth, the next game after this will be Three Houses, and that's probably going to have the most characters in it. But then it'll be Engage, will probably have the least characters in it. So I'll get past Fates, and then we'll leave Three Houses and Engage for tomorrow, perhaps. Okay. So, like Awakening, Fates had a child mechanic, which is why there's a second generation. It wasn't as well implemented in this game. It didn't make as much sense, but we'll get to that in a bit. Alright, okay. So, the way Fates was set up, you had two warring nations, Hoshido and Noir. And while there were technically 3 versions of the game, every character can be distributed whether they are from Hoshido or from Noir. And if they're from Noir, I put them in the Noir folder, even if they're not a character you recruit in the playthrough where you join Noir. And if they're from Hoshido, I put them in the Hoshido folder, even if they're a character that doesn't join you in that particular playthrough. Because there's 3 versions. There's Birthright, which you join the Hoshido side. There's Conquest, where you join the Noir side. And then there's Revelations, where you join neither side, and that's sort of like your good ending. Which they would... A lot of people complained about that essentially being having to charge 3 games the price of 1, because you had to buy either Birthright or Conquest, and then download DLC to essentially get the other 2 games. Ah, the good ending, yes. It's not great for everyone, but it's the best ending where the sides more or less come together. But anyway, we're going to start with Hoshido, because that's considered the easier game of the things. Okay, so we start with Azura. Actually, you know what? We're gonna start with the Avatar character, who's in the north side, because that's where they start in the story. Corrin, who is your Avatar character and is also the Lord character in this game. So they are the main character. So they're what you would get if you smashed Chrom and Robin into the same character. So their story is they were born in Hoshido, but they were kidnapped and raised in Nor. So technically, they are both a royal child of both countries, because they were raised by the king of Nor, but their mother is the queen of Hoshido. Which means that they have connections to both royal families, which is where a lot of the conflict comes from. But, and I really, really, really need to stress this part, despite the fact that they have 4 siblings on either side, they're not blood related to any of them. It's immediately obvious they're not blood related to their Nor siblings because, you know, they were kidnapped and sort of adopted into that family. But you spend a lot of the game thinking they're blood related to the Hoshido side because their mother was the queen. Turns out the other siblings in Hoshido had a different mother, and their mother just married the king. So they're technically only part of that royal family by marriage, not blood. I have to stress this because this game did something very weird where you can technically, as this character, romance your siblings. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not gonna even remotely try and defend it as being not weird. It's a fucking weird option to pick. There's like in weird incestuous tones no matter what, but they make it clear, we're not actually blood related, so it's probably fine, despite the fact that you grew up thinking the Nor people were your siblings, and the game makes you think for a good chunk of it that the Hoshido side are your blood siblings. So, whatever. It's weird, though. It's very weird. So they're not technically related to any of the other royal family. But they're still technically part of both royal families. As an honorary sibling, I guess. Okay, we're gonna move Corrin to 1st gen and into Hoshido. Just so we can put Corrin in... I'm gonna put Corrin in the pass file. Because as the main character who is also your avatar, they're a bit lacking in the personality department. Okay, next is Azura, who is... It's hard to describe her without just destroying the story. She's kind of like a princess in Hoshido, but she's not part of the royal family. And she is royal, but she's royal in like a 3rd kingdom that you don't see unless you play the Revelation side. She's also like the main female character of the game, because she has a big impact on the story no matter what side you join. And she's one of the characters who will join you no matter what side you join. So she's usable in all 3 routes of the game. She's a songstress, and she's a very kind of aloof character, but she has her moments where she can be very relatable. Like, there's one character who's your obligatory animal character, and she is silently looking at him in a very serene way, and he's very impressed by how calm she looks. And the only thing she can think of in her head is how badly she wants to touch his fluffy ears. So despite looking very serious, she does have her moments of levity. And she has a very nice voice. She has songs that she sings in 2 different versions that are very fun songs. And in fact, she sings the main theme song to the game. She gets to be a Smash. She's a great character. Next up is Kaze, another character who will join you no matter what side you're on. But he is from Hoshido, so he gets to be in the Hoshido folder. He more or less owes you a life debt, so he joins you to repay that, even if you are on the Nor path. So he joins you on the north side, which is against his Hoshido heritage. Kaze is interesting. He is technically the green character in the archetype of having a red and green cavalier, only he's not a cavalier, he is a ninja. And the red equivalent is also a ninja, but doesn't join you on every path. The red equivalent being his brother Saizo, who we'll get to. Kaze's... he's kind of a normal guy. Like, his main shtick is that he's very normal. Kind of like the green-haired guy from, Awakening. But he's not as ridiculously average, because he's still a very good ninja. It's just hard to describe his personality other than he's a nice guy and he's a ninja. So as much as I like Kaze, I think he has to be a pass just because there's no personality for him. And here's another character who will join you no matter what route you're on. Mozu, your villager character of this particular route. So she's the equivalent to Donald, because she's a villager, she has the aptitude, which raises her stats very high. But in this version of the game, the aptitude thing isn't as good. It kind of nerfed it because it was a little too good, so it's not as good on her. Plus, she looks very young, so not as useful as she could be. She goes in pass. Her gimmick is the same as Donald. She's essentially from the country equivalent of their region. Alright, here's the first of your royal sibling characters, your younger sister. There's always going to be an older brother and an older sister, and a younger brother and a younger sister. So that's 4 siblings for either side. And each sibling has 2 retainers. So it is organized with the sibling you meet first, which is usually the younger sister, and their 2 retainers, and then the next sibling you meet and their 2 retainers, and the next sibling and their 2 retainers. And at the end is any unaffiliated non-retainer characters. So Sakura, she is your healer character. I lost my retainers? Yes. She's the first sibling to join you. Oh, and by the way, depending on which route you're playing, it's very likely that all of these siblings can die depending on the route. So if you're playing Nor, you're going to kill off a decent number of your Hoshido siblings, because you sided against them. And if you're playing on the Birthright side, you're going to kill off some of your Nor siblings because you're on Hoshido's side. So just keep in mind that as I'm talking about these characters, most of them can die, depending on what game you're playing. Unless you're playing Revelation, where everybody gets along, and then only like 2 of your characters actually end up dying. So she's sweet. She's kind of on the younger side, but she's trying to be more mature than she is. She has a lot of guilt because she was too young to really remember you like most of her other siblings when you were kidnapped from Hoshido. So she really, really wants to get to know your character, and she really, really wants to have a sibling relationship with you. Keeping in mind, this isn't a character that you can fucking romance. So weird. So weird they went for that. But yeah, she's a very sweet character. I think she has a sweet tooth. And she's very nice. She gets to be a Smash. Alright, next is her first retainer, Hannah, who is an actual samurai. Normally it would be called Myrmidon in the games, but since this has an actual Japan equivalence called Hoshido, in this game it's actually called Samurai. So she starts as a samurai. What's fun is that she's a character that does she's more or less Sakura's best friend, and she's kind of very devoted to her. But she's also very kind of tomboyish in personality, because she loves to tease her other retainer because he has a very perfectionist streak, and she likes to remind him of times when he wasn't perfect. And she's also quick to mess with the other characters in a friendly way. So she likes to tease her friends. Not every character appreciates it. But she's also a very badass fighter. She's one of your very first characters, if you go on her route anyway, that's going to be capable of dealing high critical hits. So she's very physically oriented. She's very aggressive, very strong. But she's also a little frail. She can't take too many hits. So she's like your glass cannon character. Oh, I should talk about this real quick before we get there. Unlike in Awakening, where the second generation characters were determined by their mother, in this game, your second generation character is determined by the father of the character. So, second generation characters will all have the same father, but they can have many different mothers based on who their fathers can romance. And every character from one side can romance at least 2 characters from the other side. I forget who her 2 are from Nor that she can romance. But she's a very fun-loving character. So she gets a smash. Next is Tsubaki, your first Pegasus Knight. And in this version of the Fire Emblem universe, Pegasus Knights are specific to the Japan part of the world. So Hoshido is very Japan, and Nor is very, Western Europe kind of vibes. Alright, so Tsubaki is a perfectionist. He feels that everything he does has to be perfect. And he's very easy to mess with because of that. He's a Pegasus Knight, which makes him a very rare male Pegasus Knight, because usually that's a female-only class. So he gets a lot of credit for that. And... let's see, what else can I talk about him? A lot of times people mess with him because of his perfectionist tendencies, but he means well. He wants to be perfect because he wants to be the best retainer he can be to the princess that he serves. Because when he first started training, he was very bad at it. Something he doesn't like being reminded about. Like, he couldn't even properly get on a horse without falling off. So he strives to be perfect, because he wants to be the best he can be for his princess. But that perfectionist tendency is a little toxic sometimes, so he goes in the pass folder. Okay, next is Rinka. She's not a retainer, she is an independent character. And she's actually your standard fighter character, which is usually a male-oriented job. Only she's the Japanese equivalent, which I think is called Oni. So instead of using axes, she uses clubs. But she's a member of what's called the Fire Tribe. And there's a rival tribe called the Ice Tribe in Nor. But I'll talk about that later when we get to Nor. And she's very aloof and very much into working out, hence her fucking six-pack abs and huge muscles. And I think she gets to be a smash just because she's really hot. I mean, damn, look at her. But she's also got like a hidden sweet side too. She wouldn't admit it, but she likes candy. And next is Hayato. And you might think, hey, he kind of looks like Riken from the last game, and that he's a magic character who kind of looks young and has somewhat reddish hair, and you'd be exactly right. And he's basically just Riken again. And since we already passed on Riken, we're gonna pass on Hayato, and I don't even need to go that much more about him. He's basically just Riken again. Right, next up is your younger prince sibling on the Hoshido side, Takumi. Takumi is one of the most popular characters from the game, but he's also kind of a dick. That might be why he's so popular. I mean, these are based on the Japan rankings, I suppose. Takumi is... He doesn't trust your character at first because you've been raised by Noir for basically your whole life. So he's the one Hoshido family member who's very... kind of abrasive against you. He doesn't trust you. He doesn't think that you're going to side with them. He thinks that your family... He thinks that more or less, after you got kidnapped, you stopped being their sibling because you were raised by Noir, and that you probably would have been better off if you had simply died, because now he wouldn't have to bother with having you potentially betray his siblings and break their hearts. Which, if you play on the Noir side, is absolutely what happens. So he's not exactly without merit of thinking that. But he's the only one of your siblings who's very weary of you. And he's very distant because of that. Now, you can win him over. Like if you do your supports with him. In fact, if you're a female, you can fucking marry him. Again, very weird. I won't keep harping on that every time, but it is still very weird. But, Takumi is... Aside from being very cautious and very trepidatious, Takumi is also kind of arrogant. He has a kind of high opinion of himself. Now, the fact that he is one of the best characters to use in the game probably helps with that notion of himself. He can sort of back up being a very good character. He's one of the best characters to use. Because, like all the royal siblings, he has sort of a unique weapon. And because in Fates, weapons didn't break, you know, he could use that weapon without any sort of problem. And it was a really good weapon, so there was no point in him using any other weapon. But because Takumi is kind of a dick, he goes in the pass folder. Alright, now for his two retainers. First is Hinata, who is also a samurai like Hana. But Hinata is... He likes to exercise, and he likes to challenge people to friendly sparring matches. And his ultimate goal is to one day surpass his Lord Takumi in combat. So similar to Vake from the previous game, he sees a Lord character as his ultimate rival, but he's also that character's vassal. So he serves Takumi as his retainer. So he's an interesting character. I believe he also has a very bad sense of direction, if I'm not mistaken. I could be misremembering, but I think he gets lost frequently. And a lot of the retainers will have some kind of weird quirk that you might think, why on earth did they become someone's retainer? But he's a nice enough guy. He gets to go and Smash. And next is Takumi's other retainer, Oboro. And she is a spear user. I don't remember what it's called in that version of the game. Ugh. She's an on-foot spear user. I think it's like Onimoji or something like that. I could be wrong. Could be very wrong. And similar to Cordelia from Awakening, she is kind of obsessed with Takumi. Unlike Cordelia, she actually can be romantically paired with Takumi. And she's not so obsessed with him that she'll keep pining over him if he marries someone else. She is easily able to fall in love with anyone else without even bringing up Takumi. So she's like a better version of Cordelia. She has an interesting quirk too, where if she's ever in front of someone from Noir, she'll take on what's called her ogre face. She'll have just a vicious, mean look on her face. Even unintentionally, even if she doesn't mean to, she'll take on a mean look on her face that's scary to people. Just because she has a deep grudge against Noir for killing her parents. And while she's capable of marrying people from Nor no problem, she, similar to Takumi, has some trepidation against her character for being raised in Nor. And you kind of have to get past that initial impression of her. She's a decent unit, and she's a nice character. Oh, she's also kind of a fashionista. She likes to make clothes. That's one of her passions in life, is making clothes for people. And she's able of getting over her prejudices against Nor people if she gets to know them. But it's just that ogre face she does is so ingrained that she literally can't turn it off, even if she doesn't mean to be making it at people. Although sometimes she absolutely means to make it at people. The first time she ever meets you, she absolutely means it. But she gets to go and smash. Orochi. She is actually the retainer to your character's mother. Or one of the two retainers to your character's mother. Every character has like 2 retainers. And unlike the other retainer, she's essentially part of the main force where she can be romanced by most of the other characters. She really likes to read tarot cards and predict people's futures and stuff. That's sort of her gimmick, is that she likes to predict the future and such. She likes to give people fortune tellings. And she's a mage character. She's one of the first mage characters you get from the Hoshido side. And she's also kind of sarcastic a lot of the time. She's kind of a troll, but in a very ribbing kind of way. This is hard for me because Fates is probably one of the games on this list I played the least. Because my copy went up in a fire, whereas I still have my copy of Awakening. Because when I was playing Fates at the time, it was in my 3DS, and then I lost that 3DS in a fire that went up in my house, so I never got to really fully finish that game. So it's the one that's kind of least in my memory, because it's from a long enough time ago that it's been almost half a decade since I played it. So I do have a harder time remembering some of the aspects of these characters' personalities, whereas I still have Awakening, and I played the shit out of that game, and I've played it more than once. Orochi's fine as a character. She'll go and smash, but it's kind of a lighthearted smash. Alright, now, your mother's other retainer is Reina. And she is like some of the characters from Awakening, where only your avatar character could romance them. She's like that. But she does have some supports to give her personality aside from that. So she's on the older side, and she came from a royal, noble family, but she decided she didn't want to be married off to some guy to provide a connection. She wanted to be a soldier. So she was disowned by her family, and she joined the army, and she rose the ranks as a very powerful soldier. And she is, I don't remember the name of it, but she's an archer class that is riding on like a bird. So she's like one of the upgrades to Pegasus Knight. And she is a little, what's that term called? She's like at that point in her life where she's worried that if she doesn't get married soon, she'll never get married. But it's not like a major aspect of her personality, it's a small one. She's not too concerned about getting married, but she is a little... She's a little sensitive about her age. She's a fun character, though. And she's fairly useful in combat, because she's an archer that can fly. It gives her very unique maneuverability as a unit. But yeah, she didn't want to be a noble, she wanted to be a soldier. And she gets a lot of points for that for me, so she gets to be a smash. Okay, now is the next royal sibling. Your older sister, Hinoka. She is also a Pegasus Knight, similar to Tsubaki. So there is, in fact, female Pegasus Knights in this game. But, Hinoka is very tomboyish. And she wants to be like some of your other Hoshido siblings. She has some deep-seated regrets about not being able to prevent you from being kidnapped. So she wants to become a powerful warrior to prevent herself from losing anyone she cares about ever again. So she's really dedicated to her training regimen. And she has perhaps the two funniest but also worst retainers in the entire game. Whereas to the point where she basically has to be responsible for them, even though they are supposed to serve her. It's very funny. Hinoka, she gets a smash. Next are her two retainers. First is Asama. Asama is a healer. But he is the biggest fucking troll in the entire game. Possibly the biggest troll in all of Fire Emblem. He takes nothing seriously, no matter the circumstance. And he needles everyone he meets. Just to get them all riled up. He is an absolute fucking troll. But he's your fucking healer. Your healer is basically an asshole. Which bucks the traditional Fire Emblem trend of your male healer being an elderly guy who's very nice. He's so abrasive. He just finds it really funny to mess with people. And he just doesn't take anything seriously. He gets a pass. He's a pass. Alright, and her other retainer is Setsuna. She is an archer, but she's also a fucking airhead. She's so dumb. And she has this weird quirk where she's unlucky enough that no matter what she's doing, somehow, some way, she will find a way to end up falling into a pit trap. Even if there doesn't seem to be any pit traps in the area, somehow she will end up falling into a pit trap. That is her quirk. She is so spacey that she finds pit traps that probably didn't exist to fall in. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna take a sip real quick. She's very sweet. And she's so dumb that she can't tell when someone's trying to insult her. Because she literally has supports with people who are, like, pointing out her flaws. And she's like, oh, thank you for the compliment. Because she genuinely thinks they're being nice to her. She's just literally incapable of being messed with. Which means that her partner retainer, Asama, is one of the few people... She's one of the few people that he literally can't get a rise out of, which drives him fucking nuts. But she's kind of a bubble-headed... She's, I guess, the female equivalent of whatever a himbo is. She's pretty, she's nice, but there's not a lot going on in her brain. But she gets a smash because she's very sweet. Okay, next is Kaden, who is a kitsune, a fox person. And he's the Hoshido side's obligatory animal character. Obviously, he's a fox. If the ears and tail didn't make that super fucking clear. I know that he really likes to collect things, but I don't remember what kind of things he likes to collect. I mean, him and his equivalent on the North side both do that. But he likes very cute things, like soft things and plush things, whereas his equivalent on the other side likes gross things. And he's the leader of a tribe of Kitsune, so unlike Pan from the last game, he's definitely not the last of his kind. I'm having trouble remembering his basic personality, to be honest with you, which is not a good thing. Again, though, a lot of that's because it's been a long time since I've played Fates, and I never really got to properly finish it. Like, I did beat all the files, all the different routes, but I was still playing the game, you know, I was trying to get every support from every character and such, and I never really ended up accomplishing that. So there's probably aspects of his personality that I haven't fully noticed. But he's a very handsome guy. He'll get a smash. Alright, next is Shora, who is another character that can only be romanced by your avatar. He is from Hoshido, and he also joins you no matter what route you're on. And his entire personality trait is that he's, like, out for revenge for some reason. I can't remember what it is he's trying to get revenge for. Probably something like the loss of his family, or something to that effect. I don't quite remember. He's a pass. I don't remember enough about him to really grade him. Yukimura is another character you can only romance if you're as the avatar, so he doesn't have any other character you can romance. And he's so boring. He's so boring, I literally can't even remember what he is as a character. I remember his class is that he fights using puppets? And that's the only thing I can remember about him, so he gets a pass. Right. Fuga! He'll only join you in certain routes, I think. Fuga is an optional character, though, so it's easy to miss him. And I don't even remember if I ended up recruiting him in my first playthrough. He's a monk. You know what? He's a pass. Fuga's a pass. I don't care. Like, I know I'm skipping past some of these. I just don't remember enough about some of them to even be bothered, you know? Which is not necessarily their fault, but it's my Smasher Pass, so... Alright, now is your oldest brother on the Hoshido side, the Crown Prince Ryoma. And he's pretty damn cool. He gets a lot of grief because his armor makes him look like a lobster, though. He's called the Lobster Prince. But he's a very useful character. And he's not nearly as stuffy as he thinks. Among all your Hoshido siblings, he's the one who has the most regret for not being able to stop you from being kidnapped. So he's also one of the most happy to see you return at the beginning of the game. Assuming you don't eventually betray him and do the North side. Which is technically being loyal to your family that you know, but it's also betraying the family that you are, quote-unquote, born into, even though you weren't. Ryoma's awesome, so he gets a smash. Next are his two retainers. First is Saizo, who is Kaze's brother, and thus the red equivalent to Kaze's green, even though Saizo does not join you on every route. So he's also a ninja, but he's like the red and green cavaliers, only he's, you know, ninja instead of cavalier. Saizo is very dedicated. Similar to Takumi, he's weary of your character at first. Because you, again, were raised in Nor, which is Hoshido's sworn enemy. So he's worried about your loyalties. So he's essentially... I guess you could say he's stalking you, but it's more like he's keeping tabs on you. He also has whatever the opposite of a sweet tooth is. He hates sweet foods. Oh, if you romance him as a female, though, he'll have like a moment where he'll reveal to you his greatest weakness. He's extremely ticklish. Oh, fun fact, he's actually voiced by Ben Diskin. Ben Diskin voiced 2 characters in this game and Fire Emblem 3 Houses. So that's 2 games where he's voiced 2 different characters, and this is the one of them he's voiced in this one. I don't remember who else he voiced in this one. Hold on. I'm going to look that up real quick. I remember he voiced this one and one other character. I mean, 3 Houses is a little better to remember because you get to hear their voices more often, whereas in these games, not every line is voiced. I don't remember who else Ben Diskin voices because I need to know. Because Ben Diskin is a very well-known voice actor if you follow those particular circles. He voices Ida from Agretzko. He's Jack from Beastars. He's the voice of several characters from Digimon, like Cutemon, Lopmon, Shoutmon. Not Lopmon. Fucking weird orange wolf guy. I don't remember. Lopmon's the brown bunny. I got that name wrong. Sorry, I wasn't even thinking. He's actually an Emmy award-winning voice actor. I think he won an Emmy for his voice work in Muppet Babies, where he voices Gonzo. And he voices Mega Man in Mega Man 11. And if you know me, you know Mega Man is about as close to sacred as I hold anything. Fucking love me some Mega Man. See, hold on. I'm looking up to see who else he voices in this particular Fire Emblem game. Because I remember he voices 2 characters. Yeah, the damn internet's being all slow because I'm streaming. Okay, yes. He's someone on the north side. We'll get to that person in a minute. I can't believe I forgot. He's like one of the most popular characters. So, Saizo... Oh! Oh, I can't talk about this without spoiling it real quick. I'll talk about it when I get to somebody else's side. Saizo's a pass. Kagero, also a ninja. She is an artist. She likes to paint. She's also very, very bad at it, apparently, because no one who ever sees one of her ink paintings is ever able to say anything nice about them, except for the one guy who really likes disgusting and gross stuff. So she's a painter who's apparently very bad at it. She also has the largest chest of the Hoshido side, if that's important to you. And similar to Saizo, she's keeping tabs on you at first, but they have a very specific difference. Saizo says, "I will always be watching you, always." And your character's like, "What about when I..." And he's like, "Yes, especially then." With the implication being that you were about to say, "What if I'm like in the bathroom or indisposed?" Where she's like, "I will be watching you, even though it's more for your protection than to keep tabs on you." And then your character's like, "Okay, well, I'm about to go to the bath..." Oh, she's like, "I'm going to be watching you without exception." And then you're like, "I'm about to go to the bathroom." And she's like, "I will be watching you with exception." She's so sweet. And she's not a good artist. Alright, next is Izana. Izana's such an interesting character to me. He looks so serene, but he talks like a fucking frat boy. Like, everyone who meets him is floored by the sheer absurdity of his lingo. He talks like a party guy. But he's like a holy figure. Oh my god, he's a pass. I just can't stand the way he talks. Move, damn you. Alright, now we go to Nor. So, getting a little hungry. I might take a snack break just to have something in my belly. But I'll finish this one tonight. I'll finish the Fates as a whole, and I mean, that way we'll have 3 houses and Engage left for tomorrow. Okay, so we already did Corrin. Next is your retainer, Jacob, the other character voiced by Ben Diskin. And Jacob is such an awesome character. His class is Butler, so he's literally a butler. He's handsome, he's snarky to anyone who's not you, and he's completely devoted to you, to such an extent that even if you leave Nor, the country he works for, he will come with you. So he's one of your 2 retainers. So just like every other character, your character has 2 retainers, and he's one of them. He's a healer, but similar to Izana, or Azuma, whatever, Azana. Fucking whichever one was the retainer to the older princess in Hoshido. They have such similar names to each other, Izana and Asana. He's not a troll per se, as much as that he doesn't put up with anyone's bullshit. You are the only person in the world he is faithful to. So if anyone else asks him to do butlery stuff, he's like, I'm not your fucking butler. And he's a very funny character. There's one character who we'll get to in a minute, who's essentially, her gimmick is that she's insane, and she's gonna be a pass, by the way, not to spoil this for you, and that she has a bad habit of murdering her help, because she has a deep-seated hatred for servants, basically. And during their support with each other, she's asking him to make her some tea, and he's basically telling her no, causing her to freak out and threaten to kill him. And he's like, go ahead and try it, you won't be able to. And she tells him that she hates him, and he's got this really funny line. I can't remember the right setup, I'm gonna totally butcher it, where he's saying something along the lines of, well, I guess you'll have to cancel your plans today. The tea and the murder. Because, for whatever reason, she wouldn't be allowed to kill him. And he's like one of the only people who unflinchingly stands up to this lady because of how insane she is. Anyway, he's a smash. He's like the funny kind of sarcastic, though. Alright, and here's your other retainer, Felicia. And like Sumiya from Awakening, her trait is that she's very clumsy. Her job is maid, but she's very bad at being a maid. She's really good at fighting, though, surprisingly. And she is part of the Norian Ice Tribe, which I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Rinka. She, however, did not inherit a lot of the powers from the Ice Tribe. But she's sweet, clumsy, and she's a pretty decent combat unit, so she gets to be a smash. I like Felicia. Next is Gunther. He's not exactly your retainer. He's more like the person who trained you how to fight. He's your promoted unit. Like I said, every Fire Emblem game tends to have an older male character who's already promoted who joins you early on, and it's usually an old guy. That's him in this game. And I can't go into his backstory without spoiling a lot of the stuff. But suffice to say, he joins you on any route you take, but in the third route, he'll eventually die. About halfway through. But not really. Without going much more into it, he's a pass. He's a little old for my particular taste. Now the first of your siblings, Elise, the youngest sister. Younger sister character, and thus technically the counterpart to Sakura. She's also a healer, but unlike Sakura, who's on foot, she is on a horse. So she's got more mobility. But where Sakura is kind of knows she needs to mature and tries to act mature. Elise is very much aware that she's young, and she acts very young. So she's very childlike and energetic. She goes. In fact, she's so young looking, I'm putting her in illegal. Now, her two retainers, first is Effie, her best friend, and a knight, thus a defensive character, and thus the counterpart to Hannah, who's a samurai, and thus they're both physically oriented jobs. One's primarily attacker, who's defensively frail, and one's a defensive unit who's very defensive, but also not particularly strong. Except in the Japanese version, where her gimmick is that she's got, like, insane super strength. They kind of toned that down a bit in the English version, where instead of having, like, just ridiculous super strength, she's just, like, really tough. She's still considered to be very strong in her supports, but, like, she's practically Superman to the Japanese version, so... Whereas this one, she's just, like, as strong as a human could possibly get, in theory. She doesn't have bad strength builds, but she's not the strongest unit. She's a pass just because she's cute, but she's kind of boring. Next is Arthur, who is a fighter. And this one's actually a male. If you couldn't tell by the chiseled facial features in the red, white, and blue color scheme, Arthur is supposed to be based on Americans. So he's supposed to be a hunk compared to Tsubaki, who is very pretty as a male character. And whereas Tsubaki is a perfectionist who does everything perfectly and hates it when he doesn't, Arthur's gimmick is that he's so extremely unlucky that things always end up going badly for him, but he never stops trying. And this is reflected in his luck stat, which is both at a base, like, I think a base 0 when the game starts, and he has the lowest luck growth rate in the game. And so he'd be lucky if you even got his luck even remotely double digits. Probably be a small miracle if he ever did. He's a fun character. He's like Jerome from Fire Emblem Awakening. He's sort of based on a superhero, but where Jerome was basically Batman, he's sort of like Superman in that he's wants to do everything for justice. He's fun, and he's extremely hilarious. He gets a smash. Alright, next is your younger brother sibling, Leo. Leo is a mage character, as opposed to Takumi, who's a physical-oriented archer. And Leo... like, you kind of grew up in Nor, so your Norian siblings are definitely closer to you. So, while Takumi's a dick because you've been raised in Nor and he doesn't trust you, Leo does trust you, but he's the most adamant about you not siding with Bushido. And he's the one who kind of takes it the most personally if you do. He's sort of like the tactician, and he's like the one who's like, okay, my older brother is the crown prince, so I'll be his shadow supporter. Like, I'll do all the dirty work that he doesn't want to do or doesn't need to know about kind of guy. So he's willing to do some pretty hinky stuff, but he does it because he doesn't want his older brother, who he sees as a good person, to have to bear that kind of weight. So he can be dickish, but he's not dickish in the same way Takumi is dickish. But I'm gonna go ahead and spoil something for the second generation. He might be one of the worst fathers because his son is literally a cross-dresser, and for the first several of their supports, he really does not approve. His son likes to dress up like a girl, and he's very much not approving about that until at the very end of their supports together. So he takes some serious negative points for being sort of a heteronormative crusader against his son. He does eventually come to accept him, but it's not easy getting there. He is very begrudgingly a pass. Meanwhile, Niles, his first retainer. Now, remember how I said they did not have gay options in Fire Emblem Awakening yet? Well, that's not true for Fates. You had exactly 2 gay options. One for if you were a gay male character, and one for if you were a gay female character. The gay female character is a bit problematic, but allow me to introduce you to your option if you liked to romance as a male. Niles. Or in Japanese, Zero, which is the much cooler name, and I wish they'd went with that instead of Niles, because when I think of the name Niles, I just think of the butler from The Nanny. But it's Niles because the nil part of the name, which means nothing, so... he claims to be a sadist, but what he really is just kind of a troll. Which is an odd thing to say, because I've already mentioned so many other characters being trolls. So you can romance him as a male avatar, and he can also romance a lot of the other female characters. So he's technically bisexual. So he's one of the very first canonically LGBT characters that you can romance in Fire Emblem. There are other LGBT characters that were never outright stated, but he's like the first one that's almost straight up canonically revealed to be a character that's gay. Or at least bisexual. Anyway. He's also makes it clear in some of his supports that he's very heavily into BDSM. Sorry, I was checking my video that I put on for Fire Emblem music to see how close it was to done. And we still got a couple hours left on it, so we're good. He's an archer character. He's technically considered an outlaw, which means he has a special ability where he can capture certain units and throw them in your prison, and you can, like, recruit them. It's not a mechanic I used a lot because those characters tended to suck, even the ones that had interesting portraits, which is why none of them are on this list, by the way. None of the recruitable enemy characters that are unique are going to be in the Smasher Pass. I really like Niles, though. He gets a smash. Okay, next is Odin. And this becomes where I talk about Fire Emblem Awakening in a little bit more detail. Remember how I mentioned that 3 of the children characters got to have something in this next game? Well, this is where it is. Odin is actually Owain. Owain from Awakening. From a different timeline where a different thing happened and he got brought into a different dimension and he had to disguise himself, essentially. So instead of being, he's still basically Owain and he's still awesome, so he's gonna be a smash, but instead of being a physical oriented Myrmidon, or which would in this game be a samurai, he actually starts in the class Dark Mage, which, look, you can see is still just as skimpy in this one as it was in the previous game, but he has got the physique to fill that shit out. So he's a lot more fan servicey in this game, but he's still just so fucking cool and awesome and annoying sometimes, but adorable most of the time. And he's just the best. I love Odin and Owain. He's also slightly older, so he doesn't look as young. And because Owain was a smash, Odin is a smash. Right. Next is Charlotte, an independent character who's not a retainer. But she's sort of Nor's equivalent to Rinka, because she's a fighter. Whereas Rinka is a powerful, physically looking powerful female character who's she's very forward about her strength and being strong. Charlotte is a fighter who is very, very strong, but she pretends not to be because she wants to find a good husband, a good rich husband to take care of her parents, because she really wants to do something for her parents. She wants to marry into a rich family so her parents can be provided for, because they went above and beyond raising her, in her opinion. We don't get to meet them in the game, but that's the reason she wants to marry rich. But when people see how strong and kind of sometimes vulgar she is, they're sometimes put off by it. So she adopts a very demure, flirty, sassy persona. Well, not necessarily sassy. She's demure, she's not really demure, but she acts demure. I should stop saying demure. She acts like she needs to be a maiden in distress sometimes to encourage men to like her more. But she's really very blunt, kind of vulgar sometimes, and she's really strong. I think she might be one of the strongest physical female characters in the game. She can be downright scary sometimes. But yeah, she does really want to marry someone who's rich, but she also wants to marry someone she loves. She doesn't just want to marry money. She makes that very clear, that she wouldn't marry someone just because he was rich. She wants someone who's rich, or at least has a decent amount of money, and someone who loves her to support her family. Which makes her a lot more sympathetic than most gold-digging characters are. And that, at the heart of it, is kind of what she is a gold digger. I'm going to give her a smash because once you get to know her, she's a much better character. Because her, like, weird Fluttershy-esque fake personality is very annoying, I actually prefer her more aggressive side. She's a smash. But she's only a smash in the sense that she probably wouldn't marry me because I don't have enough money for her. And her partner, Benny. Benny is a knight, and despite his gruff look, similar to Brady, deep down he is actually a sweetheart. The dude's basically a human teddy bear. And I mean that almost literally, because his quirk is that he loves bears, and bears love him. He can walk up to any bear and just start playing with it, and it will just go along with it. He fucking loves bears, and bears are just so very much into him. He's very sweet, he's very kind, and he's also... I wouldn't say he's a himbo, because he's not stupid. But he's just a little guy, but he's also massive. He's a smash. Next up is one of my favorite characters to have romanced. Scarlet, who is technically only romanceable by your main character, so... But, unlike others, she has a personality that you can actually see. Her main well, she's the leader of a rebel force against Nor, so even though she's from Nor, she's only joined you on the Hoshido side. Her hobbies is that she likes to craft. She likes to make arts and crafts. And she's a wyvern rider, so she rides a dragon. And she's really good at crafting. And Scarlet's just so cool as a character. She's my favorite character to romance. And it's fucking tragic, because she does technically join you in Revelations, but she's another character who actually dies halfway through. Her and Gunther are the two members that die halfway through that final one. Oh, I hated Revelations for that. I even went out of my way to romance her, and then she fucking dies! That's right, you can romance her, and then she can die! Unless you're in Hoshido, in which case you can romance her and she'll live. So, she's only permanently recruitable in Birthright. Makes her one of the least used members, but I really liked her in Birthright. She gets an automatic smash from me. She's probably my favorite female character. Alright, next up is your older sister, Camilla. She is exceedingly flirty. In fact, she's a sex pot character, more or less. She's basically there for fan service. She's sexy, and I feel like that's almost her only personality trait. Oh, and she's completely obsessed with you. At first, she's doting on you as her younger sibling. She's trying to spoil you because she loves you so much, but you can marry her, so that gets weird. And I feel like being sexy is like her only personality trait sometimes. It's like almost all her supports are about how she's devoted to you, or how she's kind of very flirty. I'd feel dirty smashing her. She's gonna be a pass. Right, her two retainers. First, Baruka, a dragon rider. Baruka she was raised as an assassin, so she's kind of aloof. Although she has one of my favorite supports with Saizo. Saizo being one of the two characters from Hoshido that she can romance. Oh, and Saizo, his two, I haven't talked about this much. His two are Charlotte, who he just did, and Baruka. And for both of them, he likes Charlotte better when she's not pretending to be passive. In fact, he never even remotely falls for her passive side at first. But he likes her vulgar side. And Baruka, their entire first conversation is them not actually saying anything to each other, but forming like a silent bond with each other. It's like one of my favorite ones, despite literally no words happening in the entire thing. Like they walk into each other and they're silent, but you can see in their facial expressions that they realize they have sort of a kinship with each other. Because he was also raised as an assassin. But whereas she didn't really have a choice in the matter, and she killed the person who raised her as an assassin, Saizo comes from a long line of assassins. In fact, Saizo is the name that the leader of that clan always takes upon becoming the master, the head of that particular clan. So Saizo's not actually his birth name. And eventually, one day, he'll expect his son to take on the name Saizo. Spoiler alert, his son doesn't want anything to do with that. Baruka as a character is very aloof, and I say this a lot about a lot of characters, but it sometimes feels like Fire Emblem characters have like 3 personality traits and then a couple quirks to balance those traits out. She's very mission-oriented. She's focused on her job of being a retainer, and she tries to get things done with as little fanfare as possible. She's a woman of few words, and she didn't have a great life growing up. But she's a nice person deep, deep down. The reason she isn't still an assassin is because she just didn't want to be a killer, even though she still kills people as a retainer. And she's very loyal to Camilla for essentially giving her a second shot at life. You know, I kind of love Baruka as a character, and for a large part because of that adorable no spoken dialogue thing with Saizo, she gets a smash even though Saizo didn't. Next, Selena, aka Severa from Awakening. And just like in that game, she's sort of a tsundere. She's definitely softer on it, but she's still very tsundere. They're slightly lighter this one to pass. They're slightly lighter on the tsundere side to focus more on her competitive nature, where she'll often challenge someone to some kind of competition. She can even, there's even one of her paired interests where one of her romanceable options is also a tsundere, and they kind of try and out tsundere each other. They literally have, it's weird, but it's also a little sweet in that they're kind of trying to out tsundere each other. But she's still basically Severa. And she looks a lot more like her mother now that she has her same mother's red hair, which is something she's not particularly fond of, by the way. But yeah, it's still Severa, so it's still a pass. But I like Selena better than I like Severa, if that makes sense. She's definitely matured more. Right, next up is the character with whom she tries to out tsundere, because he's kind of a tsundere himself. And it's the North Side's animal character, Keaton. He is the guy that loves gross, weird, and disgusting things. He likes to collect odd things, and he's kind of a tsundere. He's a wolf man. And he likes to wear a suit, clearly. Keaton is adorable, and I believe he is also voiced by Gideon Emery, just like Gaius in the last game. So that's an automatic smash. Anyone who gets voiced by Gideon Emery gets to be smashed. But he's also very fun. Like, he has one support where he's trying to get Azura to make... He's trying to freak her out just to see if he can get her to make any kind of expression besides her sort of serene thing. So he gets a frog and puts it on her head. And she freaks out, but in a quiet, reserved way. So, like, she freaks out without freaking out physically. So he does get her to freak out, but not in the way he wanted. And he thinks that... Like, he collects the grossest stuff, like animal bones and such, but he loves it. He thinks they're great. He's a collector of strange things. And he's basically a werewolf. So he gets a smash for being Gideon Emery and because furry. And now on to the most problematic character. Hello, Nyx. Nyx is a dark mage character, which means her outfit is very revealing. And as you can see, she looks very, very young. But similar to Noe, she's much older than she looks. Nyx used to be older looking, but she did one of her curses wrong, and it backfired, and drained the life force of a lot of people that she loved, and sort of de-aged her body. So she's very, very, very self-conscious about her young body, because it's not her body anymore. It's not the way she's supposed to look. But she's still very much this kind of character. And she is still romanceable, and she never gets her body fixed. So that means that anyone who romances her is still essentially romancing someone who looks like a child, which is very gross, and she's going in the illegal folder, okay? Nyx is a very complicated character, but she's, you know, it's going in illegal. Next is Flora. Flora is another maid who serves you in Nor, but unlike Felicia, who's actually one of your retainers... Oh, by the way, she is Felicia's sister, by the way, and a member of the Ice Tribe. And she actually has access to the Ice Tribe's magical powers. She's a better mage than she is a fighter, though. So she's more loyal to Nor than to you personally. So she's not one of your personal maids. But she is technically a maid who serves you. She just, if you side with Oshido, she stops serving you. She's a bit icier than her sister, pun intended, because, you know, Ice Tribe. She's an excellent maid, but she kind of sucks as a fighter. She's a pass. Next is Silas. Character I really like. This character could almost be considered one of your retainers, because he will join you no matter what path you are on. He considers himself your best friend. Even though your character does not remember him at the start of the playthrough, you were the first friend he ever had. You know, your character being you. Corrin, basically. Corrin is his best friend. The first friend he ever had. And he's so damn loyal even this many years later after Corrin's forgotten about him. Because Corrin's fucking nannies or whatever deliberately erased that memory because he wouldn't stop crying. Clearly not a good enough friend? No, I'm getting into that. When Corrin and Silas were separated, Corrin wouldn't stop crying about it. And Corrin's nannies were getting annoyed, so they kind of like deliberately erased that memory. I tell him his hair looks like a bird. People have told him that, actually. But even so many years later, he still considers you his best friend, so much so that even though he's a Norian soldier, he will join you no matter what path you are on. He's that damn loyal to you. And he's just so fucking sweet about everything. And unlike characters like Camilla or Tharja, who obsess over the main characters to the point that it's gross, Smash but fix his hair. Well, it's hard to tell at this angle, but it's supposed to be a pompadour. He's not, like, weird about his loyalty to you. He has his own personality traits. But his thing is, like, he's normal, but in a way, I hate pompadours, yeah. He's normal, but in a way that he kind of makes it funny. Because, like, he acts as the straight man to every character. Like, for Charlotte, he'll accidentally set her off, and she'll, like, snap at him with her vulgar side. And then she'll quickly realize what she did, and switch back to her demure side, and quickly make him an excuse to leave. So he assumes that she has a split personality, like Noir. Like Noir from Awakening. Only for her, it's deliberate, and for Noir, it's accidental. So he offers to... he offers to be her therapist to help her get over it. Her crime against fashion. Silas is a very nice guy, though. He's a Smash. He's just such a sweet dude, and he makes being a normal character very funny. Alright, now for your older prince brother character from Noir. Your older brother. Xander. Xander is the crown prince. Oh, I should talk about this, by the way. Whereas the Hoshido family all have the same mother and father, the Noir royal family, again, of course this is excluding Corrin, all have different mothers because their father was basically a serial womanizer. He's so dour. Well, he's got a lot on his mind. His dad's kind of the evil bad guy. I want to see him smile. He can smile. It's just not in his default portrait. Hold on. I'll see if I can find a picture of him smiling real quick. Xander's a very nice guy. And he's surprisingly dorky, too, sometimes. Oh, I'm trying to see if I can find one of him smiling. He looks serious because he's the crown prince of a kingdom where his father is gravely ill and also is basically the bad guy. So he has a lot going on. But he loves all of his siblings very dearly. And again, I was talking about this. His father, who I should probably find a picture of because he does not look anything like his father, was a serial womanizer, and all of his children were from different mothers. And he had a lot more than 4. But then all those women that he slept with essentially were fighting over power because they each wanted their own children to be the one to inherit the throne. And there was sort of a coup, and most of his children ended up dying along with the ladies that he kept. He made it... It tries to play it a bit more tragically, because it's implied or it suggests that the reason he was with so many women is that he was just, he could not distance himself from any woman he ever loved, and he loved a lot and very frequently, and he didn't want to lose anyone he loved for any reason, so he just had a lot of concubines, basically, and a lot of children from those concubines. And I can't go much into him without spoiling it, but he did technically love all of his concubines equally, and all of his children. Xander is the oldest of the surviving children, and the only one sort of old enough to remember the purge of all their other siblings. Alright, anyway, I'm looking for a picture of him smiling. So, he knows that he's the heir, but only because many of his other siblings are dead. Ah, Dad Evil. He has a soft smile at nights. Oh, did you look it up yourself? Yeah, their dad is basically the evil guy no matter what route you're on. He also has a badass sword, by the way. Because Ryoma gets a sword and Xander gets a sword because they're both the crown princes. And Leo gets a signature book, where Takumi gets a signature bow. But, the two swords they get are really awesome. And he's a very useful unit. He's like one of the best, similar to Ryoma. Looked it up? Okay.
Harder, Daddy.
He looks stern, but he's actually a very sweet guy, and he gets to go and smash, even though it's weird to be smashing a character who could be your character's sibling. Be a person, not a unit. Okay, listen. I already talked about her a bit. Perry, she's gonna be a pass. But tell me what you think of just her looks. That's her natural hair color, by the way. It's not dyed. I'm allowed to judge based on the character's usefulness as a unit in battle, okay? You can't tell me what to do. You never played Fire Emblem. Eh. Okay. Not for me, but I don't hate her hair. Okay, well, Perry is better than Yunaka hair. You're so fucking mean. She's a much better person than Yunaka. Yunaka is a much better person than Perry. I meant to say she's a much better person than Perry, but then I said Yunaka, so I made it sound like Perry's the better person. She's not. Perry is not the better person. Perry is a horrible person. Perry frequently kills all of her servants in fits of rage. Yunaka has terrible style and is after my man. You really don't like her. Just so mean. So bitter. Yunaka pass, as in pass on. Okay, so Perry, I talked about her a bit when I was talking about Jacob. She hates servants with a murderous passion. She kills all of her servants frequently. So frequently that she has a hard time keeping servants because she kills them all. Perry a hoe? Yeah, well, it's P-E-R-I, Perry with an I. And she's basically... The reason she hates servants so much is because the servants in her family, because she's a noble, rebelled against her family, and she had to watch them brutally murder her parents before killing themselves so as to not get caught by the authorities. Perry like Periwinkle. Yes, exactly. That's exactly where her name comes from. A lot of the characters' names are based on colors in Nor, because Nor itself is based on the color black. So a lot of them have names that are colors. But Perry is literally insane. And she has this weird... It's especially pronounced in the Japanese. This weird childish way of talking. Where she's still basically mentally a child. So she's an immediate pass. Because she's insane. Literally insane. Murderously insane. In a way that, like... I don't like it when insanity is treated as something that makes people unhinged and violent, because it's 99,000 times out of a million or whatever, it's not. Like 0.0001% of the time, maybe someone can be violent if they're insane. but she is literally violent and insane, and also a gigantic child, but not like in an endearing way. She's literally a big fucking baby. So she's a pass. Next up, Laszlo, who you might recognize as Inigo from Awakening. And so there's our third one. And yes, Laszlo and Inigo are both based on blue, so he's based on blue. Needs a snoot boop. He's still kind of a flirt, but he's a little better at it now. He's definitely more mature, but still very much a serial flirt. He aged well. He's definitely more handsome. And he's another one of your oldest brother's retainers. I like this version of Inigo better than the younger version, so I think Laszlo gets to be a smash. We already kind of talked about him. And he's essentially the same character, but he's a bit more mature. I never flirted with a bowl of cereal, but he might get lucky with some charms. Oh, okay. Remember how I mentioned that Inigo challenged Brady and Jerome to flirt-offs, right? In this game, he challenges Saizo to a flirt-off, and he also very easily loses. And he points out how he shouldn't have done that because he lost to a guy with a scary face and to a guy with a mask, and Saizo has both a scary face and a mask. He never stood a chance. Smash. Alright, and Anna is Anna, okay? It's Anna. She's a pass, alright? Anna's just Anna. Alright, okay. That's the end of Nor, so now I just have to do the second generation, and then we'll be done with Fire Emblem Fates, and then we'll call it for tonight. And we'll do, Fire Emblem Three Houses and Fire Emblem Engage tomorrow. Mask her sexy if you're Zoro. Engage, yes. Engage will probably be last, because I'm doing them in the order they came out. Okay, so second gen. The second gen was not as well realized in this game. It didn't make any sense. There wasn't time travel in this game, so it didn't make sense that there were children characters. There was like this weird, I don't know, temporal zone where the children would age faster, that you put them in for protection, so they would age into adults really quick. It's so weird, and it doesn't make sense. They only brought it in because it was really popular in Awakening, which is a lot of what Fates did wrong, I think. It tried to do too much of what Awakening did without doing its own stuff. Alright, so first is Kana, who is the child character of Korin, and again, whose gender will be determined based on your character's gender. But they are like so young that I'm putting them into illegal. Next is Shigure, who is the son of Azura, meaning that whoever Azura marries will be father to Azura and whoever their default child is. Shigure he's a Pegasus Knight. He likes to sing. Honestly, he's kind of boring. He's a pass. Dwyer, the son of Jacob. Okay, I'd like Dwyer, because whereas his dad is a very good butler, Dwyer is extremely lazy. His defining character trait is how lazy he is. He floofy. Yes, he's very floofy. And he's very funny, too, because if you've ever had, like, a lazy friend that you have to do a lot to motivate to do something, he's like that guy. But he's very adorable. He gets a smash. Next is Sophie, the daughter of Silas. I like having Sophie's mother be Felicia, because Sophie, she is also very clumsy, just like Felicia is. Her hair is tragic. Well, her hair can be different depending on who her mother is, and I think the pink fits her better than the blue, but it does not look great. But she has to keep it out of her eyes because she's a soldier. But she's also very clumsy. In fact, her main character trait is that she is tripping and falling and tears off people's clothes. Is the style it bad? Yeah, it's not great. But it looks a little better in pink than it does in this blue. Bird Hair 2.0. Well, Silas is her father. And her horse Abel is rambunctious, so she's always chasing after him to get him to settle down. But like her personal skill is that if she trips and falls during combat with someone, it'll strip the character of their armor, thus lowering their defense, and that character will be like in their underwear. The Japanese version implies that she's actually doing it on purpose because she's secretly a pervert. But Sophie's such a fun character, she gets to be a Smash. Now is Midori, the daughter of Kaze. What was I gonna say? Kaze. She's nice, but she's definitely still too much on the young side, so she goes into illegal. Too young, yeah. Alright, next is Shiro, the son of Ryoma. Whereas Ryoma is a very powerful swordsman and kind of stern and serious, Shiro is a spear user who's kind of rebelling against his father. So he's very much the opposite of how his father is. And because of the thing that happens with the first generation characters that I mentioned in Awakening, it's not as apparent, but he's supposed to kind of look a little bit like Marth in his facial features. It's more obvious if he has a mother with blue hair, like Oboro. But he's supposed to resemble Marth a bit. You're gonna eat him? He gets to be a Smash. Next is Siegbert, the son of Xander. And whereas Ryoma's son is kind of rebelling, Siegbert is very desperate to earn his father's approval. Bleh, pass. Yeah, he's kind of boring as a result. He's a pass. Next is Kiragi, Takumi's son. And he wants to be an expert hunter, just like his dad. But he looks a little too young, so he goes into illegal. Alright, next is Forrest, whose father is Leo, who I've mentioned before. So, Forrest is a male who really likes to dress in female clothing. He really, really likes cute things, and he likes to look cute. And he's a very feminine man. Although, if you ever take him to the hot springs of those games, you see he actually has six-pack abs, so he's actually fucking ripped underneath that dress. He likes to sew and quilt and craft. In fact, he likes to make all his own dresses. So he's a very sort of gender non-conforming character, which I really love him for. And by the way, if you ever give him a character, he and Rosato could be friends. Yes, very much, they could be. The first time I ever played, I paired Leo with Selena. So he had like red hair, and it didn't really go well with his outfit. But how often do you see character with red curly hair like this? So sometimes you have to be careful with who you're pairing the adult with, just because the hair color might clash. But I thought he looked good with red hair. It didn't go well with his outfit, but I give Forrest. Neat that your pairing affect their appearance. I like that. Yeah, their hair will always be the color of whoever is not their signature parent. That's how it worked in Awakening 2. So, hold on. Okay, so since Silas, who we smashed, will always give birth to, well, he doesn't give birth to Sophie, but whatever woman you pair up with Silas, that woman will be Sophie's mother. And thus, that woman's hair color will be whatever Sophie's hair color is. Which is why I like to pair him with Felicia, because he'll get... there she is. Sophie will get Felicia's pink hair. which looks much better on her than her father's signature blue. Alright, Forrest gets to be a Smash, because I love how gender non-conforming he is. Asugi! Okay, Asugi's probably the first one who really shows what I'm talking about, though. This is just Gaius. This is Gaius reincarnated. In fact, Asugi is even an anagram for Gaius. Look, he even has a similar lollipop in his belt. Look, on. Look at it. Look, see? Gaius, Asugi. This is the same character. And because Gaius was my favorite character from Awakening, Asugi is basically one of my favorite kid characters. So Asugi gets to be a Smash, because he's just Gaius again. But that demonstrates my point, that some of these children characters are basically reincarnations of characters from Awakening. Right, next is Soleil, the daughter of Laszlo, aka Inigo. And she's also very much a flirt, but unlike, or very much like her father, she flirts with other women. In fact, the only male character she can outright marry, she can reach S rank with any of the second generation male characters, but the only one that's implied that she outright marries is Forrest, because she really likes girls. She can't S rank support with any of them, for whatever fucking reason, but she's basically almost outright said to be a lesbian. Considering the only male character she is romantically interested in. Unless you romance her as the fucking Corrin, because just like in Awakening, you can also have your character romance any of the second generation characters, which is weird. The only male character she likes romantically is one who is very feminine presenting. Unlike her father, however, she is much, much better of a flirt than her father is. Oh, hold on, by the way. Take a look. See her headband here? And her pink hair? Her mother's hair color will change her hair color. But if you give her one with pink hair, she will look just like her grandmother, Olivia. And that is her same headband. Because remember, Olivia is Inigo's mother, Laszlo's mother. And she very much resembles her grandmother, Olivia, if she has pink hair. She'd be cute with Forrest? She is cute with Forrest. Okay. She's a Smash because she's basically gay. Mitama. Mitama is the daughter of Asana, who is the troll, and she only talks in haiku, which gets annoying very quickly. At first it's like, oh, that's sort of neat, and then it's like, okay, how many fucking haikus can you possibly come up with? Her character trait is that she only ever wants to be asleep. Oh, hold on, this might be hard to tell, but if you zoom in really closely, her irises are star-shaped. It's implied that her father's are too, but his eyes are always closed, so you can never tell. I like the haiku thing, but she kind of wears it out because it's literally the only way she'll talk sometimes. She likes haikus, and she only ever wants to sleep. Which is... it can be sometimes funny, but it's not enough of a personality for me, so I'm gonna pass on her. Okay, Nina! Nina is an interesting character. So... Nina is similar to Soleil in a certain extent, where Soleil finds girl on girl very hot, Nina finds guy on guy very hot, and she writes guy on guy fanfiction about any guys she sees that she thinks look hot together. The irony is that she is Niles' daughter, so the only way to make guy on guy happen in the game prevents her from being born, because if Niles marries a male avatar, she does not have a mother and therefore is not born. Don't write about real people. I mean, it's set in a feudal period where fan fiction isn't necessarily a thing, I guess. shipping real people kind of off. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about it, though, is that she literally ships real people. And it's implied that she writes some fan fiction about Forrest being dominated because of his feminine looks. So it can be a little off-putting sometimes. She's really, really into guy on guy, but almost to a not cool degree sometimes. So there's some irony in her being really into guy on guy, but it only being possible with her not being born. Nina is also sort of a rebel against her father. Her father didn't want her to take after him, but she decided, fuck that, I'm gonna take after you anyway. So she's also an outlaw character. She's a Smash, but only as long as she does not write any fanfiction without my consent. Alright, Hisame, the son of Hinata. You know what? In Japan, he didn't actually have much of a personality. Except he made like one pun. Hair bad? Yeah, doesn't do him any favors. He made like one pun about pickles in Japanese, so they decided to make that his entire personality in English. He fucking loves pickles. And listen, I fucking love pickles, so he gets a Smash just for that reason. That's literally his only defining character trait in English, is that he loves pickles. But it's more than Japan gave him. And yes, his hair is weird, but I can get past that. I can get past that, eh? Okay, next is Ophelia, the daughter of Odin. And she, like Odin, is a dark mage, which is why her outfit is so revealing. But, hold on. You should be in pass. Look, see? This is Odin's mother, Owain's mother, Lisa. And she very heavily resembles her grandmother. See that? So she's supposed to have a similar look to it, but it makes her look a lot younger than she is. She looks devastatingly like her grandmother if she manages to have blonde hair, though. Which very few of the options can do. But she's just as silly as her father is. But she looks way too young, so she sadly goes into illegal. Alright, next is Caldori, the reincarnation of Cordelia. Unlike Cordelia, though, she is not obsessed over Chrom, because there isn't really a Chrom in this game. There's a guy who kind of looks like Chrom, but, like Cordelia, Caldori is kind of a perfectionist. By the way, if you get, her dad... Did I put him in pass? Yes, I put both of her parents in pass, sadly. If you get Tsubaki, who is her dad, to marry Selena, which is what I meant by both her parents, because I'm talking about if you make her marry a specific girl. If you make him marry Selena, why Tsubaki? Because he's kind of a toxic perfectionist. Yeah, so if you make Selena and Tsubaki marry each other... By the way, if you pair those two together, their worst traits actually kind of complement each other really well. And Tsubaki is like one of the only two people from Hoshido that she even can, marry. But if you make Selena marry Tsubaki, Selena will give birth to a daughter who is basically her mother. Because Caldori is based on Cordelia, who is a reincarnation... Caldori is a reincarnation of Cordelia, who is Severa's mother, Selena's mother. And Selena will actually have unique dialogue commenting on how similar Caldori is to her own mother. And how Caldori's perfectionism reminds her of her own lingering resentment towards her mother because of her perfectionism. So I really like pairing Selena with Tsubaki just for that reason. Because they complement each other really well. They like smooth out each other's rough edges. And they make a decent couple. I wouldn't smash either of them because their negative traits are too much for me, but they complement each other really well. But Caldori is actually going to be a smash, even though Tsubaki was a pass, my favorite mother for her, Selena, was a pass, and her person she was a reincarnation of, Cordelia, was a pass because she's hung up. Look, see, there's Severa as just Severa, not Selena. She is the one member of this particular reincarnation cycle that gets to be a smash. If my mother was a perfectionist, I would not marry a perfectionist. No, see, that's the thing. Cordelia isn't actually as perfectionist as Severa thinks she is. But she saw her mother as being perfect at everything, which made her feel inadequate at everything. So she had very strong resentment towards her mother as an after effect. Because she came from a timeline where her mother died and couldn't, like, reassure her that she wasn't perfect, and Severa didn't need to be perfect either. She just remembers her mother as being perfect. Whereas Caldori almost is actually perfect at everything, but not in a toxic way, just in a she's actually that good kind of way. But I think there's some subtle implication that if Selena does marry Tsubaki, it's because Tsubaki reminds her heavily of her mother. And she's trying to find some closure in that regard, but ends up falling in love with him genuinely. Anyway, that's just like one of my favorite pairings to do in this particular game. Next up is Percy. Percy is the son of Arthur. He's obviously a child, so he's gonna go in illegal. But, as opposed to his father, who has the worst luck in the world, Percy is supposed to be just the luckiest person ever. That's not really reflected in his stats, though, because since stats are kind of based on their parents, he's always going to inherit his father's bad luck stats. But he similarly likes to be a superhero. But he goes in illegal. Worst luck not redhead man from Engage. Llama boy. You mean Amber? He doesn't have red hair. Amber has blonde hair. Hold on, I'll show you real quick. But, I would say that if I were to compare the two, Amber's luck is still better than Arthur's. You know how many different of Arthur's dialogue support conversations end up with him getting literally shit on? More than one. Whereas Amber is just kind of clumsy. I put Pandreo hair on Amber. Ah, okay. That makes sense then. Okay, next is Selkie. Selkie is the daughter of, Caden, that's it. Having trouble thinking of his name. So she is similarly a kitsune. And she is very mischievous. Very tricky by nature. She's like what you would get if there was an actual kitsune character in like an anime. You know, someone who kind of likes to play pranks on people. Pull on ears nice, face a pass. She likes to play pranks on people sometimes. Usually harmless ones, but still, she's kind of mischievous. Which is why she's got that sort of mischievous face. Pranks a pass? Yeah, but we have to give her a smash because furry. And next is Valoria, who is the daughter of Keaton, meaning she is also a wolf. They're usually harmless pranks, but... Okay, so what I love about her is that she's basically a werewolf character like her father, but she's basically dressed like Little Red Riding Hood. And she's kind of... Thank you for that. Similar to how Na in Fire Emblem Awakening was more mature because her parent was so immature, Valoria is much more mature than her father because her father's very energetic. Remember Scaredy Bun? Smash because furry. It's true. Gave him the same thing. But also, I kind of like him. Anyway, she's more mature than her father because her father is very excitable like a puppy, whereas she's kind of Scaredy Bun Precious. Do you even remember his name? You're gonna protect him. Do you even remember his name? Oh, wait. It would be in, actually be in here. No, I thought that obvious. Oh, no, not in pass. Yarn. There he is. Yarn. His name is Yarn. Since I'm calling him Scaredy Bun. Yarn. Good for crochet. Yeah, his mother and him both have names that are puns on, like, fabric and stuff like that. And Valoria has a similar naming pattern with her father. Yeah, she's more serious and a bit more fierce than her father because her father's more like an excitable puppy, where she's a bit more like a guard dog. Mav didn't remember Yarn either. I remembered his name. I was showing you. You think I don't remember all these fucking characters? You know how many times I've played Fire Emblem Awakening? I was trying to find him so you could see him. You know what? Fuck it. Valoria's a Smash just because she's a furry. Alright, next is Rajat. If you couldn't tell, her name is an anagram of Tharja, and she is her reincarnation. And Rajat is this game's female, same-sex love interest. Meaning that you can only have a lesbian relationship if you romance somebody else's child. She look angsty? She is angsty. Very, very, very angsty. That is literally her entire personality trait, is that she is an emo teen. And by the way, her father, I don't remember if I put him in Smash or Illegal. This is her father, Hayato. Mav, what? Yarna Vieira? I mean, basically, they're called Togwells in Fire Emblem, but that's more or less what he is. Except the Togwells can use beast stones to turn into giant bunnies. So yeah, your lesbian relationship is basically with emo teen Tharja. So, pass. And finally, Benny's son Ignatius. Whereas Benny is a giant fucking teddy bear. See, there's Benny. That's his dad. Ignatius is also a giant fucking teddy bear, but he has much softer facial features. In fact, he's kind of a coward. Ignatius wears the same big heavy armor his father does because he's scared of being hurt. He's a scaredy pants. Pass on dad, smash Ignatius. Yeah, his son definitely got the better looks. But, you know, his dad got smashed because he's just basically a teddy bear. Good for hugs. And Ignatius will get the same. Because he's good for hugs. And also very sweet, kind boy that needs to be protected. Louis teddy bear? Yeah, but like... Ignatius and Benny actually are teddy bears in human form. Because they have this weird connection to bears. No, I should actually move these back to this. Alright. There we go. That's Awakening and Fates dealt with. That's half the list down. We're almost 4.5 hours in. Beetle teddy bear mine? He's not a teddy bear. Come on. Demon Pupper. We'll get to them tomorrow. We'll finish this up tomorrow. Beetle, perfect. Okay. Let me turn off the music. Oof, we're actually getting close to the end of this list. Alright, we're gonna go to the goodbye screen. Only staying on Seagull is the barnacle you knock. You're so mean! You're so spiteful! Okay, let's see who's all online that we can raid today, shall we? Dippity-doo. You realize I have it up because it makes you laugh? Yeah, I get that. But there's a small part of it where it's actually true for you, right? You do actually dislike Yunaka's looks, and you're mad because she's got, like, a connection with Seedall. Small part. Okay. Like, I think even the ending implied that they ended up becoming a traveling group together. Yunaka bad style trying to steal my mans. Yeah, but Yunaka was such a useful character, and she was so fun. Alright, anyway. Okay, let's see. Who are we gonna raid tonight? Don't worry, I can throw daggers and she can be the target. Traveling show gold. I mean, she's the dagger thrower. Yeah, tomorrow I'll finish up Fire Emblem Smasher Pass. The next Friday we'll do one more stream of Star Wars Fallen Order. And then the Saturday, that's the day I leave, so I won't be streaming that day or the entire next week. So, sadly, we'll get like one more gaming stream. He's leaving us? Oh, Grace, I'm sorry. Have you been here the whole time or did you just get here? I'm back in time for Vash B-Day. I will be back on the 24th. I will be going to Oklahoma. On the 15th, we leave on the 15th. I'll be back on the 24th. Vash B-Day the 1st? Okay, I'll be back by then. Hi, Grace. Thank you for stopping by. I'm sorry if you only just now got here. I've been lurking and grinding. Oh, okay. It's I'm glad then. We've just been smashing and passing. I'll have to finish it up tomorrow though. Okay, ooh, hey, Vash, your buddy Thrin is on. Would you care if we rated Thrin? Probably makes sense to raid someone doing something Fire Emblem related, but no one that I'm following is doing anything Fire Emblem related. Okay, let's... Thrinman roll? Yes. We love our Thrinman. Good stream. Aw, thank you, Kitty. Oh, Kitty, by the way, real quick, can we get a shout out for Amazing Grace? Vivi? Is Vivi on right now? Doing something Fire Emblem related? I didn't see Vivi. I don't mind rating Vivi. Oh, Vivi's doing Hades. Oh, I didn't see the thing pop up. Oh, there it is. Okay. It was just because you both did it like the same time. Thank you. Hades nuts. I'm just happy to be here. Feels like I haven't talked to you in 5 ever. Dreki on too. I think we'll go ahead and do Thrin. I was already talking about rating Thrin. But we'll definitely keep Dreki and Vivi in mind. I like rating both of them too. I've only got so many raids left before I have to go on vacation to Oklahoma. And I won't see you guys for a week. I mean, I'll probably still be like online and stuff, but I won't be streaming. I won't be able to play Pal World with you. Dreki may be off soonish. Well, maybe tomorrow will get done a little faster if Dreki is also streaming tomorrow. Okay, let me set up the raid message. I see somebody already got... I'm already crying. I see somebody already got our raid message set up. So allow me to... Mana. Set up the raid. Whoa, okay, they changed this. They fucking changed this since the last time I was on. Okay, hold on. What are you doing in Oklahoma? I'm going to be visiting family. Technically speaking, I'm there for my grandfather's funeral. He died, like, back in February, and it was too cold and icy for us to make the whole trip out there, so my grandmother on that side, my Nana, she said that she was going to put it off until the summer when everybody could make the trip. So we're going out there officially to pay respects, and mostly to see family that I haven't seen in almost a decade. Gonna be Boise City, which is in the Panhandle, which is where nothing is. We're gonna get to see so many cool, exciting sights and then pass all of them and into nothing. Okay, let's start the raid. And then I'll sing the goodbye song. Bittersweet circumstances? Yeah, kinda. But I'll get to see some family members that I haven't seen in a long time. That'll be nice. Okay, here we go. Hey, it's been really fun. We hope you liked it too. Seems like we've just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now, it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay, 'cause I'll see you really soon, I know. Really soon, I know. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. And tomorrow, just like today, the moon, the bear, and the big blue house will be waiting for you to come and play. To come and play. To come and play. Bye now.